that you enjoyed the soulful sounds of DJ Mike Reed. We are live here at the Southwest Arts Center, 915 New Hope Road, 30331. And we're going to get started with our work session. Welcome back. Ms. Subidan, once again, happy birthday. Hope you enjoyed your birthday week. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon. The council work session roll call for July 23rd. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please call the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is presentation. Department of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Operations Update. This will be presented by Managing Director, Mr. Reginald McClendon.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you all hear me?
Not well enough.
All right, I'll try to get closer to it. I was hoping I was going to have a podium for this. All right, this is the fiscal year 24 third quarter report, operational report for the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. You should have in front of you should have been emailed in a hard copy of the report, as well as we have a PowerPoint. So we're calling this the third quarter report in hopes that we will start to do this level of reporting for you on a quarterly basis, or as often as council would like to see it. Point of this report, test. Point of this report is to update you on the metrics of our department, new initiatives, and partnerships, as well as to receive your feedback as to where we are, where we're going, what you would like to see from the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. I just realized I might not have introduced myself. I'm Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs, which we call CDRA. So what we'll do is there's going to be a lot of information in this report. So in talks with the mayor, we've decided to kind of break it up into sections and allow you to ask any questions or give any comments that you have after each section, so you don't have to save it all to the end.
If you pause right there, let me just get consensus from my council. So we've got about 6 sections. We normally, it's going to be a very long presentation. We normally only let folks speak twice, which is a total of 10 minutes. We're going to break it up so that you can speak after each section. We want to try and keep the conversation orderly and germane to the topic that has just been presented. So each person will get to speak 6 times for 3 minutes apiece. That will be a total of 18 minutes. So it's nearly twice as long as you usually get for a topic, and it's 6 times instead of 2. Do I have a consensus from the council? Can we go forward with that? Go ahead, Councilwoman Pritchett. Oh, you're raising your hand. You all cool with that? Okay. Everybody's good with that? You may begin.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to take my time because we have the full work session period for this report, but I am certainly hoping that it's not going to take the full 2 hours. So once again, we're going to give you some metrics. We're going to talk about most of everything that we do in CDRA. This report is framed in the context of our city manager's 5 strategic focus areas: investing in developing strong teams, growing infrastructure and solidifying finances, increasing community collaboration and quality of life, focus on economic development, and creating an efficient government. So as we go through, I'll hopefully point out where we are focusing on each of those areas. One thing that's very important to understand about this report is that it represents the time frame from October 1, 2023 to June, through the end of June 2024, which is the first 3 quarters of our fiscal year. So all of the numbers that you will see will represent that time period. If there are any numbers that fall outside of that time period, I will let you know. I want to start by introducing our senior management team, which I believe is the slide that we now have up on the screen. Director Paul Muhammad is our director of our award-winning code enforcement department, who is here with us today. Shakira Johnson is our city engineer. She runs our land development team. Ms. Latriza Mosley is our development services manager. She runs our permitting team. Matthew Williams, our planning and zoning administrator. I think our planners had a late meeting. They might not be here yet, but they will be. Mr. Cody Hugley is our revenue manager. Glenn Posey is our building official, and who is outsourced through CAA. And Ms. Ronell K. Harper, our administrative coordinator. This is our senior management team, and they are really the ones who are holding the water for our department. If we could go to the next slide, which is our organizational charts. I hope these slides make sense, because I'm definitely not the PowerPoint guru, so I did the best I could. So this is our org chart. One of the reasons we wanted to give this report was because City Manager Subadan did some consolidation within CDRA. We want to certainly update you on how that's going, but we brought our business license function and our code enforcement function under the umbrella of CDRA, or I should say back under the umbrella of CDRA, I believe, prior to me taking over a few directors ago. These functions were under CDRA, so now they're back. The reasons for that is because we found that we were operating in silos, and that a lot of our functions were affecting each other, and sometimes different departments didn't know what the other departments were doing. So now what we do is our senior management team, we meet on a weekly basis. We discuss what's going on in everyone's particular group. We talk about how that might be affecting the other teams. We talk about how we can work together to come up with solutions for that. And in fact, right now with our building situation, our business license department, planners, and permit techs are all working in the same room. So they collaborate basically at all times while we're working.
Mr. Hammond, your mic is hot.
All right. So I'll say that one of the first things we've done is we have initiated a series of cross trainings between our land development inspectors, our code enforcement officers, and our business tax inspectors. So what they're doing is they are meeting to train each other on their individual roles, so that when they are out patrolling or inspecting in different places throughout the city, the code enforcement officer can look for something that might be in the land development area and say, hey, that doesn't look right. Let me call one of those guys and get them over here so that we can ensure that what's happening in this area is taken care of, and the business inspectors can do the same thing. And so we have had a series of those trainings. We're going to continue to do those trainings as we go along and as we bring on new staff so that we can ensure everyone is trained on all of those areas. Next slide, please. Thank you, City Attorney Hyman. You can join the team whenever you're ready. Our staffing, this is a letter here, or this is a bit of a narrative, but what I wanted you to see in this slide is our staffing level. We have 51 positions in the CDRA department, including code enforcement, and right now 43 of those positions are filled, 8 of those positions are vacant. We do expect, I think 3 of those positions are code enforcement officers, so we expect those to be filled fairly quickly. We are normally able to fill those positions pretty fast. And then the other openings are throughout the department. The goal is to be fully staffed by fiscal year 25 so that we can then look to fill any additional positions that we are granted in next year's budget. So we're going to be working diligently to fill all of our open positions before the end of the year. All right, so next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about our professional development in our team. We have, over the past year, our staff members have participated in trainings and conferences offered by the Georgia Association of Zoning Administrators, the Georgia Planning Association, Georgia Association of Business Tax Officials, the International Code Council, the Georgia Arborist Association, the Georgia Association of Code Enforcement Officers, Georgia Soil and Water Conservation Commission, Carl Vinson Institute of Government, and we are looking to complete the Municipal Revenue Administration Certificate, amongst others. I couldn't fit them all onto this slide, but so we're doing a lot of training, a lot of professional development. If we can go to the next slide, we have this is a listing of some of the conferences that we've attended, some of the trainings we've attended. They include the South Fulton Leadership Academy. We've had permit technician training. We have participated in the inaugural Carl Vinson Institute of Government Planning and Zoning 104 class, which is the next level of class after 101 and 102. They held that for the first time earlier this year, and they will hold it again later this year, and we're going to hope to send more of our planners to that class. And we've also received certifications that are listed in that slide. If we go to the next slide, I want to take this opportunity to recognize some of the accomplishments and special and particular contributions of some of our employees. This first employee is here, and it's our city engineer, Shakira Johnson, PE. At the City of South Fulton, we really want to, one of our goals under the leadership of our city manager is to ensure that our employees have the opportunity to have a work-life balance, to explore things outside of their 9-to-5 job, and we certainly want to allow people the latitude to do that. And I think this employee that I'm recognizing is the epitome of that. Our city engineer, first of all, it's a flex that we have such an accomplished black woman as our city engineer. She is a Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket, importantly, go Jackets. And she is or she is not but she is the newly elected District 4 DeKalb County Commissioner, our city engineer, Shakira Johnson. We appreciate her. In addition to that, and speaking of work-life balance and making sure that people have other opportunities, our business tax inspector, Christopher Carnes, is a active member of the United States military. He couldn't be here today. I think he's handling some of those duties now, but we certainly allow him the latitude to serve his country. Adriana Eccles is one of our young planners. I don't think they got here yet. She's one of our young planners. She came here from the city of Michigan. She's been here less than a year. I asked our planners who wanted to be our designated housing person, and she raised her hand and volunteered. She probably regrets that because I gave her a lot of work to do, and she has been integral in our application for our Community Development Assistance Program grant from the ARC, which we did receive for our housing assessment that we'll talk about later. And she's also been integral in our partnership with Atlanta Habitat for Humanity. So I want to recognize her. And these last two people, our members of our administrative staff, Ms. Ronell Harper and Tangela Mott, they really stepped up and took the reins of our rent and mortgage assistance program when we lost the manager of that program, and they have really kept it on the tracks for us. It's a difficult program to manage and to administer, and they've had to spend a lot of time doing that. And if it were not for them, we would be pretty lost when it came to that program. So I want to take the time to really recognize them today. So thank you to all of those employees for that. All right, and before we get to the any first round of comments or questions, the next slide, just to give you an idea of some of our administrative duties that we have accomplished over the last, and again, this is from October through June of 24. We have processed a total of 662 open records requests. About 40% of those were processed by code enforcement, 59% by other employees in CDRA. We have about an average of a 7-day turnaround time on those open records requests, and we have processed approximately 1,345 C-Click-Fix entries, and that's the number as close that I could get it to being accurate. That number is always changing, so that's probably not the number, but that is very close. So with that being said, we'll pause, Mr. Mayor, and let me know if there are any questions.
All right, does anyone have any questions? And can we use our queue for the questions as well? Is everyone able to log into the queue tonight? We're using our technology tonight. But while we're waiting, Councilwoman, okay. We'll start with Councilwoman Williams-Brown, and we'll come to you, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. McClendon, with the C-Click-Fix cases, and one of the things that I hear, particularly from my residents often, is the cases get closed out, but there's no follow-up or any type of notation about the status. It'll just show as closed in C-Click-Fix. Have we been able to, or do we have the ability in C-Click-Fix to let residents know what's happening with cases so they don't think that, just we've closed the case and we're doing nothing, because, they're still seeing the problem, in their community, but the case says closed.
So I'll say two things. But to directly answer your question, yes, there's an ability for us to let people know in C-Click-Fix what's going on with those cases. I think that one of the things that was happening in the past is that if a C-Click-Fix request came in to our department, but it was not supposed to come to our department, it was supposed to be assigned to a different department, then it would just be closed out. What we've done is we have instructed our staff to not do that, but to make sure that you reassign it to that other department so that it remains open and that other department can do whatever they need to do prior to that case being closed out. The second thing I'll say is that there is a messaging system within C-Click-Fix. If you when we do anything to a case, whether we acknowledge it or we update the progress of it or close it out, there is a section that you can go in and write a narrative, or there are some pre-approved narratives that can be entered into that section. And it's my understanding that once you hit enter on that function, then that message gets sent to the person who originally did the C-click fix, so that they should understand how that issue was taken care of. So I think what we probably need to do is some training across the board to make sure that people aren't just hitting close, but they are going in and saying what the conclusion of that issue was.
Okay. And I think my follow-up question to that would be, in those instances where there's a case that's gone to the courts, so for instance, 6610 Kimberly Mill, I think just went before the court last week maybe. Do the courts also have the ability to go into C-click fix and say, this is going to be on the docket July 19th, or like whatever the date was that case occurred? Because what ends up happening is, the residents contact us, will contact me, and now I've got to go hunt down what the status of, go through all of the steps to try to find out what the status of this is, versus if it was just in there, this is on the court docket for July 19th, then she would have been able to see it.
Right. I think what we would have to do to enable that would be that once it got into the court system, you would have to reassign the C-click fix case directly to courts, and then courts would have to have someone who is actively monitoring and updating those cases. I don't know if I don't even know if courts is one of the departments that can be assigned a C-click fix case. We'd have to get with IT on that. And so if it was so to directly answer your question, I think that can happen. It would take some collaboration between IT and our department, or all of the departments really in the court system.
So in light of that answer, Ms. Subadan, do the courts publish a docket somewhere that residents might be able to access if they want to see, again, like this house is scheduled to be on the docket for adjudication?
Councilwoman. Can you hear me now? They do have a docket that's published that the public can access. I don't know exactly where it's being published. I'm thinking it's probably somewhere buried on the website, which we'll have to deal with that. In terms of C-click fix in general, I think we need to do a reset and a revamp. Some of what we've been doing is going out and clearing cases that were 5 years old. So our next steps are to really reimagine how we use C-click fix, because like all of you, I'm also getting a number of requests on a daily basis that if it was working properly and being used properly, those answers would be able to be there for everyone to see. Mm-hmm. So it is a work in progress. We're all kind of buried with tons of emails on things that we should be able to get answers out of from a system and track cases in a system, which is what C-click fix could do for us. So we are looking at how we may reuse the system better. And I'm also trying to bring somebody on board who will be a point person for C-click fix as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
All right, I believe Councilman Sebastian, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, you're next. I'm looking at the queue. I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Managing Director McClendon, thank you for your presentation. You listed a number of staff members, and I know typically it's almost as if we give you guys too much work to do. It's just the nature of the business of the city right now, right? What are you really lacking? What are you lacking? What are your most pressing needs? That's one question that I have. And I'm assuming some of these are going to be addressed in the 2025 budget, if you can sort of point towards that. I don't know if it's early in the presentation, but I'd love at least for those questions to be answered.
All right, thank you for that. That is actually not in the presentation. We think we're close. What I'll say is that part of the reason that I really wanted to do this type of reporting in this type of analysis of our departmental metrics is to understand what type of staffing we actually need. So we're still pretty early on in figuring that out. What we have asked for is a couple of additional land development inspectors, just because of the size of the city and the amount of distance that they cover. We get a lot of complaints about property being clear cut and trees coming down and people saying what in the world is going on over there. And so we want to be able to have more eyes on that. And we also hope that that will assist us in reducing the time it takes for people to get land disturbance permits. So that is one area that we've asked for. Another area is just additional administrative help. A lot of our teams just need dedicated administrative people to handle all of the paperwork that comes in and all of the different systems that we have to access every day with our open records and with C-Click-Fix and with our GIS department, with our meeting minutes that we have to keep up with, and case files that have to get updated and uploaded so that people have access to them and so that we can make sure we're keeping our records up to date. So I think those two areas are our most pressing needs.
And thank you for you and City Manager Subadan for initiating the cross-training of the staff. I think that's a very good move. What I hope that we can get to as well is that sometimes when the different people are in the field, like take some place like District 4, District 7 that don't have a lot of activity, but someone may have to go there to inspect a tree, for instance, right? But there's a code enforcement issue, right? I would love to see we get to the point where those reporting can be done by different staff members, not just saying it's a code enforcement issue, I'm here to do a different job, but actually report that in, so that at least doesn't take residents to, have to try and again create another case. We can be on top of it.
Thank you for that, and that's absolutely what we're working towards.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you, Director McClendon, for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. Where is the permit as far as special events in reference to this org chart? I know you talked about the LDP, but the permits for events.
Not quite sure I understand the question. So
I want to come in and I want to have a festival. And there are several things that are needed with the festival. There is a special event that's needed for me to, I need to get risk insurance. I need to get a permit to have the event. Like where in your department, who is handling that?
That our development services.
Because I didn't see that on the org chart.
Yes, ma'am. Our development services team, led by Ms. Mosley, would be the first line of defense for that.
Service, first line of service.
They intake those permits and they review all of those different areas. And I'll also say this, we're going to talk a lot about collaborations in this presentation. Some of our most important collaborations are our collaborations with our other city departments. And so we have been working closely, Ms. Mosley has been working closely with our department that runs Southwest Arts and Wolf Creek and our other venues to assist them in doing these event permits. And so we want to thank her for that. But development services is the part of our department that handles that.
So where is that on the org chart? Because I don't see, and the reason I'm asking because that's a very arduous process. Just working as a council member, working with someone to plan an event, ensuring they had proper licensing, proper permits, proper insurance. And recently I found out in meeting with Ms. Mosley, we all have been doing this wrong. So what I would like to see is some type of chart that will give people step-by-step directions, because I'm finding out that people are having events and allowing vending to happen in our parks, and we're not making sure that these vendors have proper permitting. It's a difference between having a license and a permit. And somebody might have a business license, but they don't have a permit, nor do they have insurance. So if somebody gets sick, then the liability is on the city versus the actual vendor. And so we need some type of checklist to when people want to come in and they want to collaborate with the city council, or if they want to have a festival or wellness, whatever in the city, we need something and they're selling products, we need something to give them step-by-step of what is needed. And we need to make sure people are signing waivers in case if they don't have insurance, so the city would not be liable for any actions that may happen as a result of a service being sold or a product being sold or food being sold. So that's what I would like to ask that you work towards with Ms. Mosley. And I still don't see where that is on this org chart. I'm looking at the org chart.
Yes, it's the
Oh, I see it. I'm sorry.
And
okay.
And you'll see that
yeah,
she has Miss Mosley runs that division, and she has 4 permit technicians. We're hoping to add. There used to be 5 permit technicians. We're hoping to add 1 back, and we're hoping to add a chief permit technician, which will kind of be a middle management position between Ms. Mosley and the permit technicians. Will have a little bit more of a senior set of eyes on these permits as they come in. And I'll say this, what you're asking for as far as a checklist or some set of instructions, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that probably exists already. We just, we might need to figure out a way to more prominently place it on our website.
Okay, one more thing as it relates to permits. What's the possibility that we streamline all permits through your department? For example, that's a permit for an event, but if they use one of our park facilities, that's another. They're getting permits from our park and recreation team to play amplified music or to be permitted to have a large gathering in a park. And so what's the possibility of us just streamlining the permit process and having people to be able to come and get permits in one area? Because to me it's segmented and it's confusing. Because some people think when they go and get a permit to have a large event in a park and they pay for security, that's it. And that's actually not it. They actually have to come to your department as well and get a permit if they are having vendors in the park selling services. And they also have to, either they might have to get insurance through risk management. So we're kind of all over the place, and it's really, the process is confusing.
Right, and I think that's a larger conversation that the city manager would have to initiate throughout those different departments. I don't want to speak for the other departments, but I'll say I think the conventional thinking has been that parks understands their facilities, they understand their parks better than we do, and so that's why they have been handling their permitting or or at least the majority of that permitting. But we do assist them in that, and I think that if we wanted to funnel all of those permits through CDRA, that's certainly a discussion that we would be willing to have.
Okay.
All right,
And
thank you.
Ms. Subadek,
I'm sorry, Councilman Willis, that's your time. We're going to have more discussion about this and other topics. Mr. McClendon,
just so I'm understanding, do I get to go twice for this topic? Maybe I didn't understand. You said we get 3 minutes.
Yes,
twice 3 minutes?
No, you get 3.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back in the queue. I'm gonna go back in the queue because I have some more questions that I didn't get a chance to ask on this topic. So I'm going back in the queue. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, for the record, everyone will get to speak one time per topic. It is already 4:35, Mr. McClendon. We have 5 more sections to go. So I'm going to ask for a little pithiness from you as well so that we have more time for questions, although we loved hearing about your amazing staff. Councilwoman Rao.
Just a couple questions. I was looking at, and this may be the section, so check me if I'm wrong. I was looking at the mortgage assistance program and saw that we had like 312 applications, and we've used 72% of the funds. Are we on target, and how are we with processing those? Are they processed and denied, or is it? Yeah, I'd like a breakdown of the status of the 312. And then my second question is, looking at business license, I noticed that the number of licenses decreased significantly this year over last year, although the revenue was up. What are we doing to address that? Because I know those businesses haven't gone away. We just haven't gotten a business license income likely.
Right, so what I'll say is we haven't gotten to those parts of the report yet. I think it probably, if you could save those questions to when we get there, and I will certainly address them then.
Okay, well, I'll wait because I have
Thank you.
more. Okay. So what part are we only supposed to talk about, the staffing part?
Yes.
Okay, Dan, no, just one question. I saw that we have 23 code inspectors. That's probably a record. Is that right? If so, that's a record number. There
are 23 code personnel.
Okay.
So that includes the administrative personnel as well. So. Okay.
How many inspectors? And also looking at the volume, and I'm speaking in terms of, like District 1, our business licenses are significantly higher. To me, I think that warrants more attention because that's how we might be missing the revenue because they don't have a business license, code, those kind of things. How do we balance those numbers versus where the need might be? And so if you could speak to that.
So Director Muhammad just informed me that we have 17 code enforcement officers. To answer the second part of your question, again, this is why we're going through this exercise to determine how we should program our staff, the different areas that they need to go to. And so I think District 1 probably already does have more code enforcement officers than some of the other areas. I can't answer that specifically, but we do take those things into consideration.
In terms of staffing.
Director Muhammad sends his staff out according to those numbers.
Okay.
All right. Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay. Thank you so much for this presentation. The part talk about very, very thorough. But I do have questions. So first of all, congratulations to you for finally getting your department up, like really going for real, for real. But you mentioned collaboration, which I think is very important. And like I said, I'm glad to hear about the progress. You have some good people on your team. But I do have some concerns. I think Councilwoman Willis addressed a few of them as far as streamlining the process, not just for businesses, but also developers or I hear constantly, just even as of earlier today, how it's very difficult to go through the process of securing business license or land disturbance, and it takes months on end, which kind of slows down the process. In some sense, we do want it to kind of be slow, but also at the same time, it's not business friendly. What have you thought about as far as addressing that? And then also to, is there a way that we can kind of develop processes and procedures around how to do business with the city of South Fulton, such as, you know, some counties that I've worked in, they've had one day where you bring in, it's an open house, and learn how to do business with the city. So is there a way that we can also do that, kind of answer a lot of the questions, and utilizing the staff? And my last question, in regards to collaboration with the number of code enforcement officers, and that is 17, so it averages about 2.5 per district. Is there a way that we can specialize as far as what the code enforcement officers focus could be on? So like, for instance, in some districts, like in District 2, we have a lot of people popping up signs, putting them up on trees and things of that nature. And it's always a arduous process of trying to get these signs up. And in District 1, a commercial district, you see signs everywhere. So is there a way that we can specialize these code enforcement officers to do certain things and focus on? That's it.
All right, so I'll be pithy, Mr. Mayor. The how to do business, I think we already do that, or at least to some level we do that. Our Economic Development Department they have periodic sessions where they talk about how to do business. We also have our Code Cares events through our Code Enforcement Department, in which all of our, in which we have different employees in different departments come in and speak directly to the citizens about their different areas. And I think we've talked about business licenses in the past, making sure that those are in compliance. And I believe we have some information on our website. So I think we do some of that. We can certainly do more. And we will work on doing more in the future with streamlining of the permits and trying to make them go faster. There is certainly a balance there. We want people to get their permits as quickly as possible, but we also want to do it right, and we want to be doing our job, which is to protect the city and the citizens. And so sometimes it takes a little bit longer to do that. We are certainly working on getting that time frame down. And we will be continuing to work on that as we go. So if there are any particular recommendations that you have, we'd love to meet with you and get those. And when we talk about specialization of our code enforcement officers, there are some competing ideas, I think, that have kind of already come out at this meeting. We want maybe to have our code enforcement officers to concentrate on specific areas because they have more activity, but then also there's the idea of code enforcement officers specializing in different areas. And so if I have a code enforcement officer that specializes in signs, but he or she is not assigned to District 2, then there's going to be things that fall through the cracks. So I don't know how to answer that question just yet. I think that is something that we can work on as we go along and figure out how to make sure that we're hitting all of those areas, but make sure that we're also hitting all of those areas throughout all of the city.
All right, thank you so much. I saw a couple of slight errors in the slides. I sent you a text about one of them, and the other one, while you're taking a look at that, Ms. Johnson, Commissioner Johnson, you are a Georgia Tech yellow jacket. You said Georgia State earlier, but I just want to correct that for all of the rambling wrecks that I know are in the school, including my brother that's watching. All right, and you can just go on with the next presentation. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the next part of the code of the presentation, which we'll talk about code enforcement and trees. Code enforcement, I will not talk a lot about code enforcement because Director Muhammad gives you monthly updates on code enforcement. He's very diligent about that, and he certainly runs the day-to-day of that shop very efficiently. What I've been tasked with is working with him on some of those higher level issues and issues that involve different departments. And so we'll start with talking about our demolitions. This says we have 25 demolitions. That's not quite true. We have 24. We've demolished 24 properties. The 25th property I thought was going to happen today, but it's actually going to happen on Thursday, and that is the Kimberly Mill property. So 2 days from now, this will be accurate, but today it's not. The 1010 Carlo Woods property, and there are some pictures of this on our next slide, was demolished on last Thursday. We have identified 16 future demolition or abatement properties that we're going to be concentrating on getting to over the next few months. Our Assistant City Attorney Kelly has been integral in helping us to get those in front of our court system, and so we want to thank her and the law department for that. We also list here our code. We want to talk about the Code Enforcement Board for a second. The Board of Code Enforcement, I should say. They do have one vacancy currently. They have processed 662, interestingly enough, the same number of our open records requests, but 662 cases have been processed through our code board. And again, this is from October through June. And they have collected fines in excess of $141,000. And that's not the amount of fines that have been levied. That's just the amount of fines that have actually been collected. I will also talk briefly about animal control. It's not on your slide, but we did get the numbers from Fulton County. Animal control says that they have fielded right over 2,800 calls in regards to animal control issues. And again, that is since October. All right, next slide is trees. The few things I want to talk about with our tree program. The first is our tree trust fund. Our tree trust fund has about $1.7 million in it. A couple of things I want to say about the tree trust fund is that make sure that you recall that that money is split evenly throughout the council districts, and there is a certain percentage of that money, which is 25%, that can be spent on the maintenance and pruning of trees. Currently, that amount sits at about $425,000, so that's the amount that we can pull out to do maintenance. So what are we doing towards that goal? We have reached out through some state contracts and piggyback agreements, and we have contracted with 2 tree maintenance companies. We've done standby contracts with them, and we're going to send them out to trees that we've already identified as dead, dying, and hazardous, and we're going to start the process of taking those trees down in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll be discussing which thoroughfares we need to do back cutting and cut the trees back some on the streets. The 1 Million Trees Initiative is an initiative of Trees Atlanta that we agreed to be a part of back in 2021. In that resolution, we resolved to plant 1,000 trees in 3 years. We have not done that, but we are working towards it. We have reached out to Trees Atlanta, and they are going to come back to us in the very near future with a tree planting plan, and along with that, there will be an agreement that will come before this body for you to agree to enter into an agreement with Trees Atlanta for them to actually plant those trees. This is they have a program called Neighborwoods, which is a volunteer-driven program where they get people together to come out and plant trees. It costs about $300 to plant a tree, and so you can look at the money that's in the tree trust fund and start kind of calculating how many trees it would be. But What we're going to be looking to do is to identify areas throughout the city where we can do some of these first tree planting projects. The timing of this is going to hopefully be soon. The prime tree planting season is between November and February. So what we're hoping to do is to enter into these agreements with Trees Atlanta prior to that, identify those first few project areas and start planting trees. And so with that, I believe we're back to questions.
All right, I saw Councilwoman Gums in the queue. Or was that from the previous thing? All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. McClendon, I see that sometimes on the side of the road, there's a lot of debris, like trees, like limbs of trees that have fallen during storms and things like that. Sometimes I've reported it on C-Click Fix. Is that something that Public Works is supposed to pick up, or how does that work?
Yes, that would be a Public Works responsibility, with a few exceptions. I think if a tree is on a power line or something to that effect, then we would call out Georgia Power. They have tree people that come out, but mostly that would be our Public Works Department that would take care of those trees.
Okay, because here, under the maintenance and pruning, I happen to have a state highway that sometimes Public Works doesn't touch that, but I do see along a lot of our city highways, like mine, Highway 138, I can also say Camp Creek Parkway, I could say Campbellton Fairburn Road, that I see a lot of debris that I've seen sitting there for like the beginning of this year. And I'm wondering, what can we take a look at reviewing the roads in our city for this debris, which causes people sometimes to have accidents or things like that, because it's in the shoulder, which people need somewhere, room in the shoulder, instead of trying to dodge debris.
Yeah, we'll certainly participate in that where we can. We do work closely with our Public Works Department, and so when we hear something, we let them know, but it is their responsibility to take care of those items.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McClendon, this actually predates you being the CDRA Managing Director, and also predates Sister Madam City Manager Subadan time here. What was the purpose of establishing the tree fund?
The tree fund is, the purpose of the tree fund is to plant trees. If you look in our code, it's called the Tree Planting Program. We collect funds from developers when they come in and they destroy trees, when they do their new developments. We either will ask them to replace those trees on another part of their property, and if they can't do that, then that's when they have to pay tree recompense, and that tree recompense goes into the tree fund. So to answer your question, the purpose of the tree fund is to, and then the ordinance requires us to use that money to plant trees. So the purpose of the tree fund is to plant trees, specifically to replace trees that have been destroyed.
Okay. So what I asked about 2 years ago when I first got on council, and I heard you say we don't have a tree replanting plan, but I mentioned that equal don't mean equity, right? And the reason why I brought this up is just because of the nature of District 4 and some of the building and large land clearing, several of them that have happened in District 4. And so I would suggest that even if we divide that money equally, District 4 will still be short of replanting trees because there's so many large subdivisions. and land that have still been cleared. I have no problems skewing resources when they're needed. We just mentioned about skewing resources to certain districts for business license and so on, because that's the nature of the district, right? We also do certain things in other areas of the city when it comes to public safety resources, where we put more resources that they're needed. We don't say we're going to divide our police equally across all districts, right? We're not saying we're going to divide our code enforcement equally across each district. So I'm going to raise this topic again. When it comes to that tree fund, equal does not necessarily mean equity. Okay? Thank you.
Dr. Rao.
I'm looking forward to the tree planting. You know, I've been pushing for this from day one. Even to the extent that several of us, I think it was Councilwoman Williams, myself, and Councilwoman Gumbs, and Pritchett might have been on it in terms of, you know, a city tree. You know, I love the green trees, but there's nothing wrong with flowering trees and diversity in our treescape. So I'm looking forward to the proposal that's coming back from Tree Atlanta, and I hope they just don't give us those small trees, that they give us some sizable trees. I think getting started, because are those funds the funds we've accumulated since basically the beginning of the city?
They are.
They are. That's why the number's so large. Okay. And does that cost, if I recall, Trees Atlanta also maintains it for a certain period of time?
That is
They take
correct.
care of the trees?
They do.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, and, you know, at least touching base with the council people. I know I've sent over time several requests about thoroughfares where residents are complaining about the trees overhanging, or, you know, we can usually address it when it's in wires, but it's some areas that just have a lot of tree canopy that's kind of overflowing in the road. To touch base with us and at least try to, before they devise that plan, get input for where we're getting complaints about where trees are overhung.
Absolutely. We're going to reach out to council, and you're going to be a part of that
Okay.
agreement with Trees Atlanta.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. On the block that says 1 million trees initiatives, the last sentence, the city of South Fulton resolved to plant 1,000 trees in 3 years. It's, if my math is good, 2021 plus 3 is 2024. So one, has any progress been made in planting these 1,000 trees? 2, if yes, how many have we planted? And then 3, if not, is this initiative contingent on the block right below it where it says that you're working with Trees Atlanta to propose a contractual agreement?
Thank you. So I'll say this. The resolution that was passed in 2021, we went back and looked at it. It didn't have any contractual agreement attached to it. There were no actual, we didn't agree to do anything. We just resolved that we would plant those 1,000 trees. So we have not, even if we have planted any trees within that time period, we haven't been keeping up with it, which of course is a big part of understanding what we're doing. So to answer your question, I'll say no, we have not made any progress towards that other than what we're working towards with Trees Atlanta. So we're trying to get there. And so that 1 million trees initiative, it goes, Trees Atlanta is looking outward to 2030. So we will, even though we haven't met that 3-year resolution that we approved, I think we'll still get to our 1,000 tree mark before that 2030 end date.
Do you have a sense of how close we are to actually executing the agreement with Trees Atlanta? So we can kind of get back on track?
I would say that it's July. I would say that we're probably 2 months away from that. We're going to get we have a couple of more meetings to have with Trees Atlanta to go through sample agreements and figure out exactly what it is that they're going to do for us. And then the next piece of that is going to be to reach out to council members and say, hey, what are the projects in your district where we want to see trees being planted immediately? We want some big splashy projects that we can take really nice pictures of course, and send them out to the community so then we can then get more volunteers to come in and plant more trees. So we still have a few meetings, I think, before we can get to that contractual agreement. But again, I'll say November is really what we're focusing on, having something in place prior to that, because we want to see trees go into the ground this year.
Right. Thank you. Mayor, I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis.
Director McClendon, you stated that the tree fund is to replace trees that have been taken out, correct?
That's correct.
So would it be feasible for us to look at where development is occurring? Because most of the time when the development occurs, they are clearing land and removing trees. So would it be feasible for your department to probably look at where there has been development by way of LDP? Is that a good place to start when it comes to replacing trees?
I think it's depending on what really our program looks like for tree planting. The difficulty with replanting the trees is that we have to replant them on public property. We can't go back and replant them on private property. So we have to identify those areas that are public property that need trees planted on them. So where we really are going to start is probably our parks. We're going to talk with our parks director about our trail master plan, because once they put those trails in, then we're going to want to plant trees around those trails to provide shade. In parks where we have gone in and removed some of our older buildings, we want to go back and replace. If we're not going to put a building back there, we want to make sure that there are trees in those parks. So I think those are the places where we're going to start, because even in the areas that have a lot of development, they may not necessarily have places where we can go back in and replant those trees that are in that vicinity.
And thank you for giving us that response. Being that we have an entire master plan that we have not even implemented at this point. We have several parks that will have construction. We even have one that's going to, and I think in every district, because we have one in 7 once the headquarters is going to be built. I think that the way that we have the tree fund structured should remain, so that we can make sure that every district has adequate funding to replace trees as their construction is underway. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. We're going to head to the next part. I do just want to underline, and I think, again, I don't think that this is the place for us to have the debate. We should probably talk about these issues of equity versus equality at a retreat. There are obviously District 4, just to use it as an example for the tree fund, has thousands of acres of more land than some other district. And certain districts have many more blighted properties than other districts. So making sure that we're thinking about equity, which is different from equality. But the other comment I have was about the demolitions. I had no idea that we had done so many, 26 demolitions. I would ask Madam City Manager whenever possible, and it doesn't add too much more stress to your staff. If we could just get pictures of those demolitions, I think that's the perfect kind of thing to put on our social media, showing that these are your tax dollars at work. Because many of these properties people have been complaining about since the 90s, right? So I think that 26 is, in just a few years that we've had that, is amazing. You can go on to the next.
All right, thank you. We are going to talk about our permitting and inspections numbers. I'm waiting on the slide to come up. So and as we talk about these, we're going to be thinking about the city manager's goal of creating an efficient government. Our permitting team is really, they're really unsung heroes in what we do. They process a lot of information. I want to make sure I recognize Ms. Mosley for her team's efforts in that. What's on the slide is a little bit different from what's in your report. I tried to pull out some of the more important numbers, but you will have the more granular information in the report. We have applications submitted. Again, this is October through June, 2,393. We have issued 4,208 permits. As you have to remember that a residential structure might get 5 or 6 different permits over its life. Our total valuation for our commercial development is $183,330,000. Our total valuation for our residential is $154,293,000. If we can go to the next slide. Our fees collected over this period is right over $3 million, and we have a comparison there to the period from last year, the same period from last year, so October 22 through June of 22 was a little bit under $3 million. So I think there's about a $35,000 difference there in fees collected. So what you will notice is that we have granted fewer permits during that same time period. I think about 1,400 less permits than during that time period in the last fiscal year. But we have collected more in fees. A lot of that is just based on the diligence of our team to make sure that we are calculating those fees correctly and collecting them correctly. Next slide, please. This is some numbers from our land development team. We have processed 16 land disturbance permits during our first 3 quarters of the year. Currently we have 199 lots that have been permitted that are in the vertical construction phase. You'll see in your report which council districts those are in and how many lots there are. We've done 810 erosion control reviews, and we have 47 active land disturbance permits that we are currently monitoring, and those are listed in your report as well. I will say that we send you our land disturbance report every month, so you should be familiar with most of these, and they are broken down by district. Next slide, please. Business licenses. We've done a lot of work with our business license team. The first chart here is the number of business licenses. As Dr. Rao mentioned, they are less than they were during the same period for the last fiscal year, but the revenue is higher. That's based on a few different factors. One of them is that we've just done a better job of being more efficient in collecting our business tax revenue. And why we think there are less licenses that have been issued is that we have less home-based businesses that have come in this year. So we are, right now we're going through the process of going through those numbers to figure that out, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. a few items I want to touch on business licenses. We were getting complaints about people coming in and asking for business licenses and then getting to the end of the process and somebody would tell them that they don't have the proper zoning for that business. So what we've done is we have moved that planning review up to the beginning of the business license process. And so in theory, that should not happen. Of course, things are going to slide through the cracks, but we have really taken the steps to ensure that we are looking at whether or not that business can exist in that location very early in the process so that people don't jump through a lot of hoops and then figure out they can't have their business. We have partnered with our Public Works Department and the Solid Waste team to put a question on the business license request form for people to tell us who their commercial trash provider is. We want to make sure it's the law that everybody who runs a business has to have a commercial trash provider, and also that those trash providers have a business license and are regulated and properly operating within the city of South Fulton. So in order to help them to track those businesses, we have worked with the business license team to get that information, and we've already started pulling down that data, and we found out that we certainly have some work to do there in finding those solid waste providers. Sexually oriented businesses is another topic of discussion. We have been working with our business license team. Of course, we're still in litigation on some of these items, so I won't say much, but we have updated our business license permits for these businesses. We've also worked to ensure that there's a permitting process for people who work at these businesses because they have to have a special permit to work there once these businesses are licensed. So we've been working with the police department to ensure that all of that information is in place so that people can get those licenses and permits at the point that we start to license those businesses. Multifamily housing is another sticking point. We've worked with the business license department. Any apartment unit that has more than four apartments that they rent out is supposed to have a business license. So we've worked to identify those as best as we can. We've sent our inspectors out to ensure that they know that they need to have a business license, and we are implementing our multifamily housing inspection process, which is a part of our city code. Each of these apartment complexes are supposed to get their units inspected prior to getting a business license, and so we have delivered in person and through the mail letters to all of them saying, before you come in and get your fiscal year 25 business license, we need to see your inspection report. And we think that's going well. Many of them have reached back out to us for further instructions, so that message is getting across, and we will be monitoring that as we go into fiscal year 25. The last thing I will say is one of our big goals is to do a business license audit. This is going to, and we've already started doing this. I was hoping we'd be further along, but I'm actually kind of glad we're not, because that'll give me something to talk about when I do our fourth quarter update. But so what we're looking at is, we started by looking at all the businesses that have licenses. We went back and looked at which ones had a license in 2023 but did not renew for 2024. We've reached out to all of them. We've also worked as part of our cross-training and intra-departmental collaboration. We've sent code enforcement officers out to put eyes on all of those businesses to try to get an idea of, is this business still operating or has it shut down? And if it's still operating, hand them a letter saying you need to update, you need to renew your business license for 2024. We're going to, this is going to be a heavy lift. We're going to try to look at all of the commercially zoned property in the city and determine whether there is a business on that property that is operating, because we've never really gotten an idea of the true business picture of the city of South Fulton since we've been a city. So we're really going to make it a point to try to figure out where all of these businesses are, if they're operating or not operating, and then we're going to engage our planning team to determine whether or not these businesses are doing what they have said that they're doing and whether or not they're properly licensed. So we hope to come back with you with our business license audit by the end of this fiscal year. So, Mr. Mayor, you want me to go to planning and zoning or do questions now?
Are there any questions for this section? Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm sorry, the chair
I have
recognizes.
a question.
Okay, I got it. We're going to start with Councilman Pritchett and then Councilman Willis.
Mr. McClendon, when you discover that a business does not have their license, does code enforcement goes and cites them, and those businesses have to appear before our court?
They don't always get cited, but so we'll either we'll have business licenses reach out to them, and some of them will go ahead and come into compliance. For the ones that don't, we will have code enforcement cite them, and they will usually go before the code board.
So typically, in all these scenarios, we're giving these businesses opportunities first to remediate their lack of license, and then after a certain amount of time, if that hasn't been accomplished, then they're cited. Is that what you're saying?
We are, and it's also important to remember that these businesses, they get updates throughout the year, through their email and through the mail saying that you need to update your business license. So it's not just that we reach out to them when there's a problem. We reach out to them just as part of our electronic system. They automatically will get an email saying update your business license.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon.
Councilwoman Willis.
Okay, thank you. Couple of things. Mr. McClendon, when a person comes into the city and they participate in events and they're selling goods or services, is it true or is it not true they're supposed to have a permit and a business license?
Well, I would say they're supposed to have a business license somewhere. They're not necessarily supposed to have a business license in the city of South Fulton. Their business license will depend on whatever city they operate out of or county. In most cases, they are supposed to have a permit if they are going to participate in some event in the city of South Fulton. But I think there's some events where we kind of have umbrella permits where the person throwing the event will get a permit, and then those vendors can sell under that permit. So I don't think there's a direct answer to your question, but you are supposed to be.
So we can have an offline conversation with Ms. Subadan, because according to what I have set down with Ms. Mosley, we don't have an umbrella permit process. People are supposed to have permits when they do business in the city and a business license, correct, from somewhere. And I didn't see any type of statistics of how many events you're taking in. I mean, the permits that are being issued for events. I saw the LDP, but I didn't see anything with permitting people for special events. I didn't see that statistics. And then also for cutting down trees, people have to have a permit to cut down trees. Do we have, is that in the category as the LDP, or is that a separate category?
So I'll say on the, and you might not be looking at the full report. It says that we issued.
I have it. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, at the bottom of page 11, it says special events / administrative permits, and it lists that we have issued 2 of those permits. I'm not sure exactly how accurate that is based on what we call the permits. We might be calling them something differently. We also have to remember that other departments issue those permits as well.
Yeah. So I'll take that offline with you and the city manager, because we are not maximizing in that area. We all need room for improvement in that area. The last question I want to ask you is about these apartments in the city of South Fulton. It's about understanding that they're supposed to have certain inspections done before they are allowed to be issued business license to rent in the city of South Fulton. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, we have a multifamily inspection program. This is actually in our city code that specifies that these apartment complexes are supposed to have their units inspected, and there's a scheme that in which they have 20% of their units inspected every year, so that at the end of a 5-year period, we should see that all of the units have been inspected, and they also have to have to give us an inspection report for the exterior of those buildings. It's important to understand that the city of South Fulton is not going out and inspecting these units. What we do is we require them to have an inspector that is licensed to do inspections, and for that inspector to give us an inspection report about those units.
Have we been enforcing that code?
We have not. So going into the next fiscal year is when we will start to require that inspection report prior to granting the business license.
Okay, I won't belabor this because I know that we have other things we need to move along and discuss, but Ms. Subadan and Director McClendon, there are 2 things I would like to talk with you offline about, and I'll schedule a meeting to get on your calendar, and that is permits regarding special events and the business license regarding apartments, multi-unit apartments in the city of South Fulton. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Councilman Willis, for your questions. It brought up 2 questions for me, or actually comments for things that I would like for us to talk about offline. That is, I didn't see anything for movie permits. I've learned recently that not only BMF, but like the entire universe of shows on the Stars Network, Power, Raising Kanan, Ghost, all of them are filmed right next to our city hall, and I don't think we've been getting enough money for that. The next is a question about the home-based businesses. You were saying that the decline was due to home-based businesses and permits. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, that's part of the trend that we're seeing.
And I'm just wondering, did we see is it perhaps because we saw an unnatural spike in those businesses 2 years ago during the pandemic? And I mean, I don't know, I'm not asking you to, I just wonder if that's just something that we should think about. Definitely a lot of people started businesses during the pandemic, and then when we offered bailout money, one of the conditions is that you had to have a permit and a license in the city of South Fulton, and we discovered hundreds of businesses that we had never heard of before because people were trying to get that money in. Now we're not giving out the money, maybe the businesses have closed, or maybe the businesses are still opening, but they're just not doing the business that they were in 2020. Do you have any thoughts on that?
As we get further along in our business license audit, we'll explore those possibilities, but as sitting here today, I'm not sure.
I understand. All right, you can go ahead. Thank you.
All right, planning and zoning. First of all, allow me to say that it's been a very interesting year for our planning and zoning team. We've had some really big challenges and high hurdles to jump over, not the least of which being losing our office space, which was also the space in which we held our Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals meetings. We also had a change in our legal organ, which really affected the way that we do advertisements for our cases. and the United States Post Office is going through its issues with delivering the mail. So when you take all of those things in account, I really want to pat my planning and zoning team on the back, because they have worked really diligently to try to overcome that. We've had five planning commission meetings this year, and we've had them in 3 different locations. So when you have to advertise those meetings so far out in advance, it becomes difficult when you don't know where that meeting is going to be. And I also want to thank our Parks Director, Tanara Turner, for opening up his parks facilities to us to hold meetings. We have, our numbers are here. We've processed 25 rezonings, 22 special use permits, 5 modifications, 14 variances, and 4 land use amendments. And there are also, you have some numbers there for our reviews that we've done. A couple of things I want to touch on are our concept review meetings. This is a new process that we've started. People will call and email us all the time, and they'll say, hey, I have a piece of property. What can I do with it? What's the zoning? What's the future land use? And then, of course, they will, if they don't get those answers in the time frame that they deem appropriate, they will complain about that. Well, what we've done is started this concept review process so that they can go online, they can fill out an application, they can come in, we'll make planners available to them to talk through those issues so that they can really understand what are the rules and regulations related to their property, and if they want to go through a rezoning process or some other process, then we can talk through that as well. And this, of course, is free of cost. We are making these meetings available every other week. And then our kind of second level of meeting that we have put into place is a collaboration between our planners, our land development team, erosion control, arborist, the fire department, fire marshal, the public works team, their transportation people. What we're doing is we're making this full team of people available to developers to come in who have a larger project that's a little bit farther along, and they want to understand all of the requirements that's going to be needed for them to get an LDP and to get it efficiently. And what we've done is said all of these people have agreed to get on a call with you and talk through all of those issues. We'll give you up to an hour to get your questions answered so you can know everything about the process. And hopefully what that will do is, once again, reduce the amount of time that it takes to get an LDP and make those reviews go through the system much more efficiently. It won't eliminate all kickbacks of these permits. Just anywhere you go, a LDP is going to go through a couple of different iterations. But we have heard the complaints about how long it takes, and so this is what we are doing to try to decrease that. So when these developers come to you and say it's taking a long time, please let them know that every other week you can get on the phone with the full team, and we will walk you through it, and we will get that LDP out to you. The land use change process is something that we are still working towards. We have implemented the fee for the land use change. The next piece will just be to figure out what the exact process is going to be for people to come in and request a change to our comprehensive development plan, future land use map. The real question for council is going to be, do you want to approve that land use amendment in a separate meeting, or do you want to approve it at the same time that you approve or deny, I should say, a rezoning? And so that's going to be a question that we have for you going forward, so that we can try to make sure that we have a land use change process that developers can at least come in and ask for that land use change. With our meetings, particularly our CZIM meeting, we want to do some rethinking of that prior to the next calendar year when we put out our next rezoning calendar. CZIM stands for Community Zoning Information Meeting. This is a meeting that every rezoning and special use permit applicant has to take advantage of. What we've seen is that those meetings have not been well attended. We've been having them online since the pandemic, and what we want to do is to ensure that we are utilizing this meeting for what it's supposed to be used for if we're going to continue to require it. So what we're hoping to do is to bring those meetings back in-house somewhere, hopefully as close as we can get to the community that's going to be affected by this development. And of course, this is going to be a heavy lift because we already have a lot of meetings, so adding more in-person meetings is going to be a lot. So we're going to look at a way to try to do that efficiently coming up in 2025. Our rezoning signs is another thing that we have heard about. We have new signs. They are bigger. You can see them being held up by our planning and zoning administrator. As you can see, they have a QR code on them. That QR code, if you scan it, will take you to the website where you can get more information about the case. It has an updated logo, and it is, you can see the size comparison there to the old signs. Now, let me say a couple of things about this.
One second. Can we get the camera on these signs for the people watching at home? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, so there is a, thank you for that. There's a point where we're not going to be able to make the signs any bigger. There's a limitation, and the big problem is a truck drives past the sign, it blows it off the road, and the bigger the sign is, the more likely that is to happen. The problem with one of the problems with the signs is that we don't have dedicated meeting space. So we have to write out where the meeting will be on every sign. Of course, if we had dedicated meeting space, we could print the meeting location on the sign, which would take up much less space. It would give us more space to write out what the reason for the sign is, and so people would be able to read them more easily. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a full sign redesign. I'm going to have the team bring back some ideas. We're going to make them colorful. We're going to put logos on them, but we can't do that until we get a little bit farther along in our operations as far as where we're going to meet every month. Then we can print that on the signs, and it will make it much easier for us to do that. But until then, we're just going to work with having the signs to be a little bit bigger. Hopefully people can read them better. Data centers, there is a data center ordinance on your calendar tonight where we're going to try to implement some rules that affect these data centers. We're getting a lot of development for them in the city of South Fulton and all over South Fulton County, as you may have seen, in surrounding counties as well. And so we want to make sure that we are regulating them as best we can. They're not really a traditional, what we've been allowing them under our warehouse rules, but they're not really like a traditional warehouse, so we want to have something specific just for data centers. And the last thing I'll talk about is our overlay districts. I think I've brought this up before, but we have overlay rules in our code, which council members and citizens like to cite when we have developments. But what we did not bring from Fulton County was a design review board, and the design review board would allow people to come in and get approvals or variances to those overlay district rules. And so it's difficult for us to administer the overlay district because we don't really have a process for it. So this might be a fiscal year 25 issue, but we're going to look towards figuring out how we can make sure we are enforcing our overlay rules and we have a body that enforces those rules and allows people to request to change them. I'm going to move forward to the rent mortgage assistance. Is that is the new initiatives the next slide you have, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, we're gonna pause for just a second so that we can get a few questions. We'll start with, you got that queue up. Thank you so much for these amazing signs and for just revising the process so that people know before they leave our offices the first time whether they can even. Thank you for making our special use permit hearings easier. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett. Or these are old, so I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Can you confirm something for me? We're going through the whole process of a strategic plan and eventually taking a look at our zoning ordinance and all that. Will these overlays that we have within the city, they're also going to be reviewed in that process? Or how does that work? How do you envision that working?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the overlays. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet, especially in the context of the entire comprehensive development plan redo. But we're going to look at all aspects of it, and we're going to look at how those overlays still fit, specifically the vastness of them. Just about all property in the city of South Fulton is within some overlay district, and my personal opinion is that I don't think that all of those properties should be in those particular overlay districts. I think they got expanded out farther than perhaps their usefulness. So maybe what I would like to look at doing is constricting them to those areas that really should fall under those overlay regulations. So that's one thing that we will be looking at. But as far as a full review of the overlays, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to look yet.
Thank you. Again, part of my reason for asking this question is that, citizens quote these overlays all the time, and they're correct, because that's what they have on the books. That's what they move into an area for. That's what they learn the area supposed to be like. But the issue is that because they were implemented, I believe most of them before we were a city, right?
Correct.
And then now we have a growing city, which things like diversifying the housing stock, as I use that term all the time, needs to happen. It makes for very difficult conversations when folks don't understand that we need to provide housing for people, and especially for younger folks, or else they're moving to other cities. And we lose our future tax base, and we're not going to have service workers, we're not going to have young professionals, because they just go to other places, because not only do they not want the type of housing that's located in a lot of our city, right? But the affordability is an issue as well. So I really want us to take a closer look at those overlays, and I don't believe that we should necessarily select an area of the city and say we put smaller housing there. I think if we're gonna implement as a city rules around different types of housing, I think it should be citywide. That's my personal opinion, right? But however, I think we would get very selective in terms of the area that we would put some of these different and even smaller housing types. All right, thank you.
All right, is this cue for this set of questions? Does anyone have any other questions? All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay, I love the design standard board. When do you anticipate? You said 2025, and how will it look? Will we be appointing individuals from the district, or how will that look?
These are questions that I have not
Okay.
thought about yet.
Okay.
No, I think we're still a ways away from that, just because administering our current boards is difficult enough with our current level of staffing. So adding another board to that, we would really have to do a lot of work to figure out what that looks like. I would assume, though, that it would operate like the rest of our boards, where each council member would get an appointment.
Okay, and planning and zoning workshops for residents. I could not agree with Councilman Sebastian Moore about diversifying housing stock. We are known for being a bedroom community, these big fancy houses, but also we're looking and trying to prepare for the future. Is there a way that your team can really do what, I know it comes with, what is it, Citizens University or South Fulton 101, ways that we can continue to have ongoing conversations about planning and zoning, what a CUP is, why a CUP, or any type of rezoning and what it means. Have you all thought about, even if it's on a Zoom or something, to where we spend some time with educating the residents about this process?
Yes. Here's what I think is going to happen. When we get into our comprehensive plan update, I think we're definitely going to have a lot of public meetings around that comprehensive plan. And what I hope to happen is that the outgrowth from those public meetings that are specific about the comprehensive plan, we can continue them after the plan has been updated and come up with a schedule of education sessions surrounding how we do planning and zoning.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Willis.
A couple of things. Thank you for recognizing me. The CZIM process, I really do think that Mr. McClendon, I know this is not a requirement, and I know that you all do the education sessions with the developers or proposed developers, pre-application meetings. But what I am noticing the breakdown is that once these developers file their application for rezoning, you have a whole community that comes out when the process starts, and they're screaming and saying that they're not getting these notices. They're saying they don't know that these developments are in progress. And then you have the council members having to get involved to defer these zoning cases, which backs up the zoning decisions, and to have additional meetings with the community, and essentially doing what the CDRA department is saying they're doing on the front end. And so something has to give, because I am constantly getting into situations like that, where I'm having to take my time, my money, and get graphics made, have these town hall meetings, have these developers coming in, deferring cases, and it's not beneficial to your department, and it just causes a lot of havoc, because then the zoning case is going to get backed up. You know, that delays their LDP process if the zoning is not approved. And so I just implore you to please look at least trying to notify the council members when these developers are coming in, or asking developers if they have spoken with the council members, so we can help them better engage the community. Next, I would say that, can we make these signage, I like the signage, but can we make them bright? I think it would be helpful if we could get them in a bright color. Like maybe orange, maybe a fluorescent color.
Yeah, we're going to make them different. We're going to make them more colorful once we come up with a final sign design. So what I would think that we'll probably see those signs rolled out in calendar year 25.
Okay, and then the last thing I would ask is that, can we really focus on getting our impact fee process going, the study? I know we got to have a committee for the impact fee in order to get that in place. I think the design, what you suggested is important, but what I have heard residents talk about and request over and over again since we have been in the city is to get our impact fee fees in progress so that we can start, asking the developers to pay for some of this infrastructure needs that we have in the city of South Fulton.
Yes, I think we're going to talk about impact fees coming up next.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Dr. Rowe?
I took mine out of the queue.
Okay.
It just didn't-
I want to second Councilwoman Gumbs this time. The planning and zoning, the education. You talked about the 104 class that I think that some members of your staff are taking, but just the planning and zoning 101. Our boards and commissions, they're eligible to take all of those classes?
They are.
And can we as council take those classes? I think sometimes we don't know as much as we think that we do. Or I'll speak for myself. I don't know as much as I think that I do. So I definitely want to sign up for those classes. And then lastly, Councilwoman Gumbs brought up a really good point. Very often we have these town halls and these charrettes where we're asking citizens for their feedback about what they want to see in our city without explaining what the rules actually are. Perhaps as we go through this comprehensive plan update, we could, I don't know how much it costs, I'm adding something to your plate, Madam Superintendent, to look into, but perhaps we could have Carl Vinson come here to this 375-seat theater and teach a class here, and everybody could take that class, that zoning 101 class at the same time. The second part is we definitely need to improve our zoning map. We've seen it, we've tried to use our City of South Fulton map a few times just in our meetings, and the information isn't there. The Fulton County map, which I find to be much more functional, is falling out of date every year that we distance ourselves from Fulton County. But people should be able to put in the address and see not only like what the zoning is, right, but when the zoning hearing is, when the CCIM is. If we can find a way to integrate all that in, and then looking even further, I know these are like big IT projects, integrating that with our C-Click Fix. When you take a picture with C-Click Fix, it geocodes, it automatically pulls up the address. If it's pulling up the address, if it could pull in that information, I think sometimes what I'm hearing from citizens is that just finding the information, even going to the website and trying to find the information for like when a hearing is or what's going on with the property can just be very cumbersome. So I think the more that we can direct people to the website and the website actually have the information that we need. Do you have a response? Okay.
I agree.
But hopefully that's something that we can do. All right, is this the last section here? Go ahead. Oh, well, let me just ask, is this the last section that you have here?
It can be.
Yes, let's try and combine everything because we're pushing up on 6 o'clock. Someone was like, oh, we're not going to need 2 hours for this.
This is circling back to our CDBG rent mortgage assistance. I asked the question earlier. And this is for you, city manager, as well. This is an area I think we really need to look at. Like, with this many applicants, all these funds need to be expended likely. And if not, can we make sure we're notifying all applicants of their status, whether they're approved or denied, because we're getting emails regarding the status of people's application. We don't have that information, so it would be helpful to be able to tell people, or direct them, and they got a letter that say whatever their status, they were denied for whatever reasons. And then the second is, can you tell us the status of our board appointees if they're not attending meetings or any of those things in case they need to be reappointed? Because I see some patterns. And so to make sure we continue to work at a city, sometimes we have to go and do replacements. So I would very much like that for all our boards, and I think all the council members would appreciate knowing if their appointees are attending.
We can certainly do that.
Last section.
And I'm going to touch on the rent mortgage assistance in this last section as well. So I think the slide that we are on is, yes, our new initiatives. New initiatives. So our comprehensive plan update. We have put out the RFP. We have received bids for the comp plan update. We have scored them. So what I expect is that we will have a candidate to be our consultant at your next meeting, or the meeting after that. But in August, I think we will be ready to at least bring to you the potential consultant for our comprehensive plan update. And I'll say this, I think looking at other cities' comprehensive plans, I think we should probably look at maybe a 12 to 15-month window for how long it's going to take us to update our comprehensive plan. But that will put us well above our required 2026 update date. Our impact fee study, we are currently evaluating some proposals on that as well. We've reached out to some companies that are under state contract, and I think August of 24, we will be ready to enter into that agreement to do the impact fee study. And as it was mentioned earlier, there will have to be a board that's going to participate in those impact fees. Our third new initiative was the historic resources survey. That RFP is not quite active just yet, but it should be this week. And so what we'll look to get back is a consultant who will do that survey and identify all of our historic properties, landmarks, neighborhoods in this specific to the city of South Fulton. And then from there, we can work on how we're going to protect those historic resources. And finally, our housing assessment. The Atlanta Regional Commission is actually going to be in town tomorrow. We're going to take them to some sites in the city of South Fulton. Our housing assessment was a grant that we got, a CDAP grant from ARC. This assessment, there's going to be 2 teams that manage this assessment. There's going to be a project management team that's been identified, and we're also assembling a stakeholder committee. So if you all have individuals or groups that you want to serve on that stakeholder committee, send them to us, and also be on the lookout because we're probably going to send you emails asking for you to submit names. CDAPs have to be completed before the next cycle begins, so this housing assessment should be done by February or March of 2024. All right, next slide is I want to talk about some of our partnerships. We have partnered with Habitat for Humanity on a few different items. We not only we partnered with them to apply for they applied for some federal funds for lead paint remediation. We worked with them to help them on their application for that. They worked with us on our application for our housing assessment. They agreed to be our partner in that application, so we want to thank them for that. They are currently building the very first Habitat house in the city of South Fulton. We had a volunteer day on last Saturday. You can see some pictures there in your report of us volunteering to build the house. It is in District 6, and we would certainly like to welcome our new resident here to the city of South Fulton. The dedication for that house will be next month, I think on the 20th. The Metro Atlanta Land Bank is our other partnership that we're still working towards. The land bank is, we're the first city outside of the city of Atlanta, which is was the Atlanta Fulton County Land Bank, and now it's expanding to the Metro Atlanta Land Bank. We are the first city to become a member of that, of the land bank. I say that to say the process is taking longer than we thought it would take, and that's because nobody's done it before. So what we're currently waiting for is the partnership agreements, et cetera, have been sent to Fulton County. They're awaiting some responses and comments from Fulton County. Then I think we'll also have to get comments from City of Atlanta as well as from the Land Bank Board before we can get all of the paperwork to the point where the city of South Fulton will be a member of the land bank. I don't quite have a time frame for that yet, but I am constant communication with Mr. Norman and the people over at the Land Bank, and we are actively working towards that. The last partnership I want to talk about is Select Fulton, which is Fulton County's economic development agency. They are actively working specifically on the properties at I-20 and Fulton Industrial Boulevard, those the large hotels that are there that need to be demolished. And I am proud to say that we granted a demolition permit today to take down the hotel on Fulton Industrial Circle, which is the biggest one on the right-hand side. So you should start to see that coming down soon. You will hopefully start to see the other ones coming down as well, and then we can talk about how we are going to redevelop those properties, and the City of South Fulton will be an active partner with that. Short-term rentals. There are, we still have 609 active, unique short-term rental units in the City of South Fulton. Virtually none of them are permitted. There have been 42 new units listed in the last 30 days. You can see we included the hotel motel revenue comparison. I think this is on the next slide. So we got to figure out how we're going to do the short-term rentals. We included some recommendations here for you, which include potentially revising or repealing the ordinance which implemented the special use process. We want in enforcing the regulations that are already in place in our city code, which include making them get a business license, have a registered agent, et cetera. There are quite a few regulations that were already in place that we weren't really implementing. So implement those and utilize all of the capabilities of our host compliance software to identify short-term rentals, communicate with them, let them know that they need to be in compliance, and then when they don't come into compliance, cite them and fine them through our code board. So those are recommendations. Next slide. I think the next topic is going to be our rent mortgage assistance. So this report is specific to our CDBG rent mortgage assistance program, which is monies that we received as a pass-through from Fulton County. We received a total of $330,000. We have expended $236,996. Now that's not including monies that are earmarked or that are going through the process of being spent. So there's some more that could be going out the door, but what we've learned is to not kind of count those eggs before they hatch. So we really only want to talk about the money that has actually been paid out, and we have a little bit over $93,000 remaining in that fund, which represents 28%. You'll see there over a little bit over $7,400 is the average amount of assistance. Dr. Rao mentioned this total number of applicants. That is a big number, but what I will ask you to do is to remember that a lot of people apply for this program that do not live in the City of South Fulton. And so this number represents all of the people that have applied. Many of them immediately get kicked out of consideration because they don't live in the city, and then we kind of go from there, and there are a number of other reasons why we eliminate people from potentially getting assistance. This program has been difficult to manage, but we have worked diligently to try to get us to a point where we can hopefully get all of those funds out of the door before December of 2024, which is when that program will sunset. All right, the next slide. All right, this is just a listing of our boards and commissions. So, and I will quickly go through a few updates on them. Our Planning Commission, they are, one of the large conversations was about training for our planning commissioners. We offered them the Planning and Zoning 101 training, which is on August the 1st, I believe, through the Carl Vinson Center. Some of them have signed up for that. We're going to also offer the 102 training, which is in November as well, for the ones who have already taken the 101 training. We have identified another training that is a partnership between the Georgia Planning Association and the Department of Community Affairs. They do 2 trainings per year. The next one is in my hometown of Dublin, Georgia. So hopefully your planning commissioner will want to go and hang out a couple of days in Dublin. Good luck to them. The Zoning Board of Appeals, really not much to update here. This is one of our better boards. They really know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we are getting cases in front of them. And so we're actively working to make sure that when people need variances, we're directing them to that Board of Appeals. Our Historic and Cultural Landmarks Commission is still active. They haven't met a lot recently, but what we're hoping is that our historic landmarks survey is going to then spur them back into action so that they can have some issues to deal with. Finally, our Environmental Committee is one that has been a bit stagnant. I will ask council to look at what we want the mandate of the Environmental Committee to be, if we want to continue to have an Environmental Committee. They did have the mandate of planning the city's Earth Day celebration, but there was legislation put forth that took that away from them. So now, while there are members that want to continue to participate, we're just not quite sure what the direction of that committee is. So we'll ask for your guidance there. The final page here is our action item report, or at least the items from the action items that were given to us coming out of your council retreat, and hopefully the answers to those questions will have been answered in my report. If not, please ask me, and I will give you an update on those action items. And that is all.
All right. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, thank you, Managing Director McClendon. I just have a couple of questions. I fully support the issue of having attendance report for our board appointees. We just need to know if the work is getting done. But I think in addition to that, you mentioned training for some of these groups and boards. That again, I think it's super important. We as council, when we go on training at GMA and all that stuff, we have to send our transcript into the clerk's office, so it's on official record. Are we doing anything like that for these board and appointee trainings? If not, we probably should start it. That's my recommendation. For the Select South Fulton Partnership, Councilmember Willis and I, we were on a call with GDOT, and they were presenting on a case in a part of South Fulton that we knew was in Union City. But the people from GDOT, oh man, they were convinced this was South Fulton. So we had to be, kind of pushing back a little bit and say, this is Union City, it's not us. Although we had vested interest because of how it impacted residents in District 3 especially, and District 4. Select South Fulton make those decisions in South Fulton and North Fulton County where they put what. So my question for you is, do you all have that type of relationship where even if something is if they're working on a developmental of some sort, that they're either not sure, or would they just tell you everything that's happening in the region, or is that information we need to request or go after? Because again, I think they need to take into consideration not only what, if they're approving something in City of South Fulton, but what's going to be the impact on not only our citizens, but the citizens around us for other cities. You know, it just should be part of the consideration in my view. And that should happen with other cities as well. I know some people, like, you don't care. But at the end of the day, I think as public officials, we're elected to serve people. And sometimes just an imaginary line on the ground should not make the difference whether we protect someone's quality of life or not.
Well, I'll say this. We certainly have that relationship with the Atlanta Regional Commission, and it is really their role to do regional planning and to make sure that people are thinking about not just their municipality, but how these affect the greater areas around those municipalities. And so when I'm not sure what type of call you all were on, but when they have developments of regional impact calls, we get all of the notifications for those in the South Fulton area. So even if it's not in the city of South Fulton, we will still join those calls and be involved in those larger developments in neighboring communities.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I say ARC? I thought I said
No,
Select South Fulton.
No, either GDOT or Select, one of those.
No, I gave the
two,
GDOT example, but I
Okay.
was just saying, for Select South Fulton, when they are looking at doing development in the South region,
Right.
they should consider impact on all cities, not just do the development within the city that is working with them to do the development as well.
Yeah, so I'll say we definitely have that relationship with them and with the leader of that agency, but we've mostly been working with them on those particular properties that they own in the city of South Fulton. So what I can do is I can reach out to them and make sure that they know that we need to be on those discussions about with those neighboring cities that affect us.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm on the 609 short-term rentals. I believe I heard you say that a lot of those appear to perhaps be unlicensed, I think is the word I want to use. Is there a comprehensive plan for getting those rentals into compliance?
Well, I think the answer to that question is no, because we haven't determined exactly what that process is going to be, because we're still in the moratorium, which, by the way, we're going to be extending that moratorium tonight, or at least there's an item on your agenda to extend it. The question has been, what does that regulation look like? And so because we haven't necessarily answered that question, we don't really have a plan to move forward administratively.
So if we know that we have unlicensed short-term rentals operating in the city, I'm hopeful that since I'm looking at a map that we kind of know where they are. What are we doing in terms of their operations? Or let me put it this way. Are they still being allowed to operate even though they don't have all the pieces they need in place to be able to operate, or have we gone to each of them to say, you cannot operate until you come into compliance?
We have not gone to each of them. What we have done is the ones that we've received complaints about, we have cited them, and I believe we have sent letters to the remainder of them, but we haven't really gone past those steps.
Is there a plan to go past those steps
I think that's what we're going to need.
tonight?
I think going to let the city manager speak on that.
Yes, at an earlier meeting about 2 months ago, when we adopted the, part of the reason we adopted the moratorium is because we recognized when we pulled the report from the third party, we realized we had over 600. And if you recall, before I got here, I think it was December maybe of 2022, is when you adopted the new ordinance requiring that all short-term rentals had to go through the special use process, and their business licenses were not renewed. So an earlier question is, why do we have fewer business licenses? Well, part of that is short-term rentals can't have a business license unless they are approved through the special use process. What I don't think happened is any analytics done at the time, because when we realized that there are 600 and you only get through maybe 4 or 5 a meeting, well, you do the math, it would take years to get everybody through the process. And then we had difficulty because not all the people operating went through the process or even put in an application. So what we decided is we needed to sort of take a stopping point, stop taking new applications, and make a determination and some recommendations to this council on what to do with all of the existing 600 plus that are out there. I think since you've been doing special use, what have we approved? 27, maybe?
We've taken in about that number. We haven't approved anywhere near that. I think we've approved somewhere in the range of 10.
So since the special use process started, only 10 have been approved. So clearly the idea seemed good, but the implementation isn't realistic. And so what we wanted is some feedback from council. We'll bring you some recommendations, but we also wanted some feedback on the things that were really important to you in this process in order to figure out what to do going forward. But right now, 10 have a business license because none of the others can get a business license because they haven't gone through the special use process and been approved.
But before we continue with this line, I do just want to caution us. We have a moratorium. We haven't made decisions. There may be some future litigation. So I want to make sure that we're just asking questions and getting information, because this is something that we probably need to spend some time off camera for a few hours thinking through how we're going to tackle this. Right. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
No, yes, thank you for that, Mayor. I think I was mostly just concerned about the 600 that we have out there and like what are we doing? But it sounds like we're not doing anything, or that we can't right now do anything. Okay. Thank you. I yield.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
So, quick question. So this information, are we still using host compliance?
We are.
So I know that there is a feature in host compliance where you all can send a letter advising them that they are out of compliance, even if they don't go through the process. So are you saying that we have not went back and addressed that as well?
Nope, early on in the process, we did do that. But the question is, once they receive that letter, then what do they do? Are they going to come back in and get a special use permit, or is there going to be some other type of process that we're going to ask them to go through? So before we reach back out to them, we really kind of need to know what that end result is of how we're going to regulate short-term rentals.
So it's not that we haven't done nothing, we just chose to be strategic about what we're doing, and that you will send a letter once the moratorium is complete as far as what steps need to be taken.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
So, Mr. McClendon, do we have the mechanism to determine where these short-term rentals are and what districts they belong in?
Most of them, you received a short-term rental report probably a couple of months ago now that did have that level of reporting coming from host compliance. This report does not talk about the districts that they're in, but I will say that all of the short-term rentals that can be identified through the host compliance software do not have addresses associated with them. And so while we can make that determination for many of them, maybe even most of them, some of them we won't know exactly where they are.
So if we don't have an address for something that's trying to be a short-term rental in our city, do we even grant them permission to operate as, it just seems like this is a lot. 600 short-term rentals in our city, and we know that some of these rentals are not, some of them could be pad split, some of them are boarding homes. You know, I just find it egregious that we have over 600 properties that want to be short-term rentals in the city of South Fulton. And the purpose of changing the ordinance is because residents overwhelmingly felt like short-term rentals were being allowed in their communities and they had no say-so. And some communities were not favorable to short-term rentals. Some communities had covenants where they only are supposed to have a certain amount of rental properties in their community. And so we're not even looking at that. There weren't questions being asked when people came in to apply for short-term rentals. Is this a boarding house? Are you trying to operate a boarding house? And so, yes, we do need to look at this comprehensively, and we need to make sure we keep in mind that while we want short-term rentals in our city, but we do not impede on the quality of life in our traditional neighborhoods. And that's all. I just think that for me, I just want that report because I'm going to publish it to my residents and let them know that these are the short-term rentals in our district. And what we're going to do, I don't know, but we do have to figure this out.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Willis. I've got a couple closing comments. I'm going to try and make them quick. The first, I think it's important, and we're really going to need your help with this, Attorney Hyman, as our legal counsel. When we make legislation, we've really got to think through all of the unintended consequences, or you know, something that sounds good in theory, and you as well, Madam City Manager, you've been doing a great job of this. It's been a much improvement over some of your predecessors, but if we're creating legislation that we actually have the capacity to enact in our city, when we create these policies as policymakers, sometimes they sound good to us on paper, but then when we have to multiply that policy 609 times, as in the case of the short-term rental, we realize that we don't really have the capacity. Even, you know, how many inspectors will we even have to hire to like inspect, 609 short-term rentals? How many hearings we have to have? All of that. So we really need the advice of our city manager who manages our resources and our legal counsel to make sure that we're putting in policies that, one, can be enacted, that two, are legally defensible, and that we are creating, that we are using standards across our city. And I'm really going to take a moment to just really implore us. There's only one at-large elected official on our council for now. Hopefully we will get more. That's my personal hope. But we've got to, these are the kinds of decisions that we have to make we have to be at large in our thinking, because what we do in one district or one part of the city, it's got to be consistent so that it is legally defensible. These short-term rentals, I think, are one of many things that have been happening across our city. Ghost kitchens is another one that I would love for you to respond to if you have time. But there are these new developments, tiny homes, container homes. There are these new developments that we just have to catch up on. Please send me the information for the August 1st training, 101 training, and the November 102 training for planning and zoning. I personally would love to attend those to learn what our planning commission is learning so that we're all on the same page. And then lastly, the demolition of that hotel. I know I asked about the smaller demolitions. We need all the cameras. We need 2, 5, 11, 46, WANF, whatever they're called, CNN, if we can get them, our own drones. I just want to make sure that like that's a win that we publicize highly. Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Clerk, you can, we are at the close of this meeting. I'm going to ask if we only have 2 zoning cases, if we could hear these cases, and then we will take our executive session break because we're already 30 minutes behind schedule for the published zoning time. If council is okay with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn, and we'll just convene the next session. Run through it real quick.
I move to adjourn the work session.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
No, I was just giving you a response to the zoning cases. If you want to, you can hear mine, because mine are going to be very quick.
Okay, I think there are only 2. We're going to hear both of them. All right,
Okay.
Let's take this vote in our new queue here.
Vote is open.
See it. Oh, I gotta go out at 6 o'clock. Oh, I left meeting. I messed up.
Is T available? Do we have any IT
Just
people
show
in the
my
house?
hand.
They're coming.
Not yet. I don't see it.
All right, we've got 6 votes. We got 7 votes.
Yes.
All right, this is adjourned. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the next meeting, our special call meeting for alcohol license and zoning hearings. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to remind you and the council to sign out of the work session. You have to sign into the alcohol zoning meeting. This is a roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearing for July 23rd. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Here.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
And the Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please call the first item.
The first item is alcohol license rezoning variance modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first is a public hearing, case U24-008, application by Margaret Wilson, care of Bobbie Wilson, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 5320 Orange Drive in the R3 single-family dwelling zoning district in the Sandtown Overlay. This is located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The recommendation is denial. I will remind council that our recommendations for short-term rentals are based on the zoning districts and what districts were placed in the legislation when it was passed. And R3 is not one of the districts that was deemed to be appropriate for short-term rentals, so that is what our recommendation is based on. I will also point out that there is the list of any police reports for this property. It is included in the staff report, I believe, on page 6.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is the applicant here? If the applicant is present, please come down, or any representative for the applicant. All right, it looks like the applicant is not here. Are there speakers for or against?
I did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition.
Okay, Attorney Director McClendon, what's your counsel how we should proceed since the applicant is not here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our code requires that the applicant or a representative be present for a public hearing.
All right, well, I'll entertain a motion to table this.
I move to deny.
Okay. I think that I just want to reiterate, you said that by law we are required to have the applicant here to have a hearing. So we cannot have a hearing. Therefore, the only motion that I'm able to entertain is a table to reschedule the hearing for another date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to table this.
I move to table the applications.
Second.
Until?
What's the date? Is it the date, the next hearing?
It's August 13th is the next meeting.
August the 27th, because it's a short-term rental.
Till August 22nd, 2024. And I do, okay, thank you.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett, and as she speaks, if everyone could go ahead and make sure and switch over, get lined up in the queue, we're going to do this vote.
Mr. McClendon, I'm just wondering, why are these zoning cases coming before us if they're not eligible to be heard by us because of the moratorium?
They are eligible. The cases that were already in the queue prior to when the moratorium went in place can still go through the process. So
it's not a moratorium. We can't hear because they didn't show up.
Okay.
All right, let's take that vote. The queue is open. Or it's not. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let our clerk announce when it's open.
Right, the queue is open.
But this is the vote as opposed to defer.
It should say lay on the table as a motion.
Yes, till August the 27th.
And I had a motion by Councilmember Ryle, seconded by Councilmember Bell to table.
Actually, that second was Councilmember Willis.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't hear Bell. She may have said it, but I know I said it.
She said it.
Okay, has everyone voted? The motion to table is approved. 7-0.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Point of order, Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis for a point of order.
Yeah, this is a technical question. Are we supposed to see the votes somewhere?
Yes, you should. it's not showing on the current screen, but it's showing on my screen, but IT is looking at it now.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item B. It's a public hearing, case U24-010, application by Stanley Geneus, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4030 West Stubbs Road in the AG1 zoning district, Cliftondale Overlay. It's located in Council District 4. Staff recommendations, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations, denial.
All right, Attorney McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The staff's recommendation is approval conditional under the conditions that the special use permit is not transferable and that the permittee is required to maintain a valid South Fulton business license to operate a short-term rental. The Planning Commission recommendation was denial.
All right, is the applicant present? Okay, the applicant is not present. I think as we discussed the review of our short-term rental policy, the absence of applicants is also something that we're going to have to consider if we have 906 of these. So I will entertain a motion to table this until whatever date is stated in the motion.
Motion to table until this meeting next month.
Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded to August the 27th. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs for discussion.
So this is for you, Mr. McClendon. So if the applicant continues to not show, will you have to keep doing this over and over again, or is there a stop?
No, our code says that if they're not present, then they get another opportunity to come, and then if they're not present again, the case, then we can entertain a motion to deny the case.
Okay, so it's 2 times.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually in the queue, Mayor.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So my other question is there, and maybe we can discuss this when we talk about how to, their short-term rentals, this is like the 5th time we've gotten a short-term rental that have been denied by staff because of zoning areas. If this process wasn't in place, these short-term rentals would have gone through. So why did staff recommend denial for the short-term rental?
So for this one, we recommended approval, but for the one prior, we recommended denial. The reason for that recommendation of denial is because when council passed the ordinance requiring the special use permit process for short-term rentals, there was a listing in that ordinance of zoning districts that were appropriate for short-term rentals. So what we do is we look at the zoning, and if the property is not in one of those zoning districts, then we will recommend denial. The property is in one of those recommended districts, we recommend approval, and that's really the only criteria that we have to go by as far as the short-term rentals go.
All right.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the rest. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Sorry, Director McClendon. So just to clarify on what you just said, the current case that we just tabled, it does have the zoning to get a short-term rental. And if it has the zoning, what legal reasons do we have to deny it, if any? You know what? Table that.
Thank you.
Table that question. Sorry.
All right, so we're going to close the discussion and take this vote.
Need a motion and a second.
Oh, I thought we had a motion in a second to table this till August. We did. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, and seconded by Councilwoman Bell.
Okay, the vote is open. Vote is closed. That item is approved 7-0 to table until the August 27th meeting? Thank you. You didn't enter yours? Do you want to mark your vote as yes or no? Yes, okay. So that is approved 7-0. It was approved to lay on the table 7-0.
And we're gonna do this vote by show of hands. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I have discussion. We're going to be back at 7 p.m. sharp for our meeting. We're going to try and get back on schedule. I encourage all of you to enjoy the smooth sounds of DJ Mike Reed and take in our the last week of our amazing exhibit, How I Got Over, by South Fulton's own Lloyd Harold, right outside in the lobby here in our Southwest Arts Center gallery. And with that, I'll take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved.
All right, we are adjourned.
Unanimously. We are recessed at 6:36 p.m.
All right, we will see you all at 7 p.m. Thank you. in our lobby, but the smooth sounds of Mr. Mike Reed. All right, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn the executive session and reconvene.
Motion to adjourn executive session?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 4-0. We are reconvened at 7:25 p.m.
All right.
I approve.
I will call to order our regularly scheduled meeting for July the 23rd. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
It's a roll call for the City Council regular meeting for July 23rd. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C.
Present.
Thank you. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present?
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Present. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is the invocation by the city chaplain.
Let us pray. Kind God of our day, our guide, our keep, our insight, we pray that your wisdom, your humility, your guidance, your coverage be on us in this meeting. Guide us for your name's sake. Continue to watch over our beloved staff, our mayor, our city council. Continue to keep us as the apple of thine eye. Hold us close to your heart. Continue to let us be a bright and shining light in this community. In our Savior's name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance.
Amen. To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item. And as we do that, I do just want to acknowledge, as is our practice, the elected officials that are in the House. I do see Senator-elect Rashawn Kemp representing the City of South Fulton. Thank you for being with us today.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral 4, approval of City Council meeting minutes. Regular meeting minutes, July 9th, 2024. Work session minutes, July 9th, 2024. And alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, July 9th, 2024.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the regular city council meeting minutes for July 9th, the city work session minutes for July 9th, 2004, and the city council alcohol and zoning public hearing minutes for July 9th, 2024.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Let's try this vote in the queue. Is everybody in the 7 p.m. meeting?
Vote is open. Can't see. Get a voice vote for Councilmember Rao. Councilmember Gomes?
Yes. Present.
That motion is approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to adoption of council agenda.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for the adoption of the council agenda for tonight, Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024.
Second.
Discussion.
All right, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao for discussion.
Yes, I would like to add the CDP amendment for the character area at 6573 Hamilton Road. The property was rezoned to TR zoning on July 9th, case number Z2320. And I think our planner director is going to send the document to the entire council. And I'd like to move it to maybe F under section X.
So I'd like to rescind my motion for adoption of the council agenda to changing it to the council agenda as adopted or amended.
All right. We have a motion to rescind and approve the council agenda as amended, adding item F to Roman numeral 10.
F, 10F.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Bell, for the record, just can you state the new date of your event you said that was canceled, that you just mentioned to me?
We had the back-to-school field day. Car and bike event was postponed from Sunday due to severe weather. The new date is Sunday, August the 4th.
That item is item number, is that a consent agenda item?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Mayor, it was previously approved at the last agenda, but it was canceled, so she's announcing the rescheduled date. So
postpone.
I didn't know if it needed to be voted upon again or just sounded into the record.
I think we should just sign it into the record because it's postponed. We're not.
Okay. We'll sign it into the record. All right, and let's vote to approve this amended agenda. The vote is
The
open.
vote is open.
Look at us, we're like the Jetsons tonight.
Councilman McGuns and Rao, yay?
Yes, we need technical support.
I show that item approved 7-0. I'll show you the vote.
It's the Wi-Fi in our section.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the proclamation presentation for tonight is postponed to a later date. So that brings us to public comment.
All right, this brings us to my favorite part of our meetings where we get to hear from all of you. Mr. Clerk, did we have any speakers for public comment?
Yes, sir.
All right, you go ahead and read the rules and sound the names. Thank you.
Well, we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and read the public comment rules into the record. City of South Fulton believes that any resident or business owner located in the city limits should be afforded the opportunity to address the mayor and city council, provided that designated rules are followed by the speaker. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during public comment. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not disrupt the city council meeting for speaking too long, by being unduly repetitious, or by extending discussion of irrelevancies. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purpose of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, I did receive 2 cards for this evening. Gotta help me with this name, Ndiye Diagu and Carla Holloway. Those persons are present and wish to speak this evening. Please approach one of the 2 microphones.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
You want to just pull that mic down? Thank you. Or you can take it off. That's fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carla Holloway, and I guess this is the part where I'm supposed to speak about being in support of Iowa's hair braiding. This is the appropriate timing, right? I don't know if I filled out the right paper or not. But I am, this is my second city council meeting, and I'm grateful. I've always wanted to know what happens and want to know who my local officials were, and I never known, but I got this opportunity to come and support Miss Iowa. And at our last meeting on the 9th, you guys mentioned, a few of you mentioned that the community had some issues with repetition as far as businesses in the community. But we just put a Starbucks directly across the street from Dunkin' Donuts, so close that I probably could work both jobs and they would never know I was missing. We also have the Advanced Auto and the AutoZone directly across the street, so close that I could work both of those jobs and nobody would know that I was missing. So when people say that we're putting too many of the same things in such a small space, in this particular situation, it just doesn't resonate with me, because one is a salon that does full service, and the other is an African braiding salon where the only thing you can get when you go there is your hair braid. It's all natural hair. I support both businesses. I think both of these business owners are wonderful people in our community, and we need them both. But I'm not satisfied with the comment that we're trying to cut down on repetition and that we're just too close, because they're not the same. And then, like I said, we have a lot of the same restaurants, the same businesses in the very same area that we're saying we don't want to do that in. I'm not sure what the reason is. I just can't put my finger on it, but I put my next paycheck on it. It's not because we're trying to do away with the repetition in the communities, because Starbucks is brand new. Dunkin' Donuts has been there forever. Not only did we build that Starbucks, but we went 2 streets over, 3 miles, I just Googled it, 3 miles, and built another Starbucks on Campbellton Road, 3 miles away. So we're saying we don't want to keep doing the same thing. We want to bring variety to the community, but we're not doing that. Thank you.
You're in your city.
Hello, my name is Nay. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak today. My family and I have been a part of South Fulton community for 3 years now. We have seen firsthand incredible spirit and support that exists here. My mother has run a business of African hair braiding downtown for 30 years, and we are eager to bring this enterprise and passion to South Fulton.
Your time isn't up that fast. That's an error on our part. You go ahead.
Okay, hair salons and braiding shops are not the same. They offer different services, cater to different needs, and can complement each other. The community wants us here, and we believe that by working together as a Black-owned businesses, we can uplift each other and support one another. Let's embrace the diversity of services and talents that we all bring to the community. Together, we can create a thriving environment where everyone benefits. Thank you.
My name is Sheila. I can't get this mic to stay in, but I'll hold it. I am here to speak on two concerns that I have pertaining to my residents in City of South Fulton. Number one, I see on your agenda constantly you have issues about new housing, people putting in requests for trying to get rentals, but there's never anything on your agenda about homelessness. I have a big concern about the homeless population because the homeless include families, and I'm especially concerned about children being homeless. There are children attending public schools in the City of South Fulton and all over Fulton County who are homeless, living in cars and attending schools. I'd like to see for this commission, this council, in planning and preparing your budget for the next year, that you include some kind of resources or funding to help the homeless. I'm tired of hearing police officers say that they don't want to arrest the homeless who they find in the woods because they are not criminals, but they have to use their own money to put people up in hotels. Police don't make that kind of money, and I'd like to know why cities are not trying to do something to fund those, some kind of resources. I know of one person who I have been associated with. She's sitting in this room, who's really interested about homeless concerns. It seems as though no one else is concerned. I think Councilman Gums attended a quorum that we hosted at the Denard Library. She showed an interest, but I haven't seen any interest from anybody else other than her and Corey Reeves, who no longer sits on this council. I implore you to have an interest in the homeless. My other concern is the police, City of South Fulton. Why is it so difficult to try and get personal property from 4701 Fulton Industrial after a case has been heard, and you have to go through hoops, jump through hoops to try to get
Point of
personal
order,
property?
Mayor.
I'm through, thank you.
Ma'am, could you state your name for the record again?
Sheila Hamilton.
Sorry, Sheila
Hamilton.
Hamilton, thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, my point of order is that the clerk just read the rules and guidelines of our public comments. And one of the things that he said is that all public comments should be germane to items that's on the agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're done with the public comments?
That completes the public comment for today.
All right, we'll now go to council comments. We'll start in reverse order this week. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Well, I am excited again about the back to school giveaway that I will be co-hosting over at World Changers Church International at 2500 Burdett Road. I have the registration link on social media, so please register for a giveaway for children, and also we will be putting together some items for teachers. So I look forward to seeing you all on Saturday from 11 to 2. And that's all I have.
The chair recognizes District 6 Councilwoman Williams Brown. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. Similarly to, I think, probably everybody in Fulton County, the District 6 Back to School Carnival will be Saturday from 12 to 5 at Creel Park, the same location as last year. In addition to that, it will also be the monthly food distribution that will happen in Creel Park as well. And so please be reminded that both of those events will be happening at the same time. So if you are in need of food, or if you are in need of school supplies for K through 5, please do come to Creel Park for that. And the other announcement that I would like to make is if Glenda Collins is still here with us, I would like to wish her a happy birthday. I did not forget. I yield.
Thank you, District 5, Councilwoman Bell.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out, watching online. I want to give a special thanks to Orson Charles, the Orson Charles Foundation, the NFL players, and for each and every one of you who brought your youth, your young men out a few Saturdays ago for the locker room at Burdett Park. It was a really well-attended event, but we learned and gave the opportunity for our black men to work with a lot of our youth, our young men, in journaling and coding and financial planning. So I definitely want to recognize and say thank you to each and every one of you that came out, to our Parks and Recreation, our police department, but especially Orson Charles Foundation and the 16 NFL players and UGA players that came out from all different areas. That was very much needed in our community, especially when it concerns our community and our youth and our young men. Secondly, and most importantly, thank you to the parents who are currently attending or have their children attending our Tommy Nobis Center disability camp. This is in week 2 at Burdett Park, and so this gives an opportunity for parents to attend or allow their children to attend a free 2-week camp for individuals with IEPs and disabilities. This is our final week, so we also want to say thank you to each and every one of our police officers, the City of South Fulton Police Department. They will be bringing out the dogs, so we're looking forward to that. Our officers, as well as Parks and Recreation. And then last but not least, Sunday, August the 4th, for you all who have already registered for the Back to School Field Day Car and Bike Show event. Unfortunately, we had to postpone it due to Sunday's severe weather. We want to make sure that we keep our kids safe. So we have rescheduled that event for Sunday, August the 4th, same time, same location. It is imperative that if you are interested in attending, that you register by sending me an email with your child or children's names as well as their ages. We will be providing free haircuts. We understand that is the day right before school is expected to begin. We have several school supplies, book bags, free haircuts and styles for our little ladies, as well as free food, and you'll have an opportunity to just be amongst the community. So please register. You can also see my CSR. He's in the back waving his hand. So if you would like to register your grandchildren, your children, please come out. It's all about the community. And again, if you are not receiving our newsletter, which we are building, our email list, please see Philip Watley, or feel free to send us your email. The initial newsletter went out on July the 3rd. So again, thank you all for your commitment and your willingness to be a part and be engaged in District 5, where we keep it live. Thank you.
All right, District 4, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to keep it relatively short. Thanks to everyone who came out on 2 Thursdays ago now to celebrate the post-July 4th Farmers Market and Kiddies Play Evening. And we are planning this week, which according to the weather, we may have to change. We'll announce this tomorrow, but this Thursday from 4:30, it's supposed to be the District 4 school supply and book bag giveaway. But I think we're going to be tweaking that date, either postponing it, or we could actually have a drive-through version that we're also using that as a backup at Fire Station 8, I believe. So stay tuned. I'm going to be pushing out a newsletter sometime tomorrow and publishing this on social media on Nextdoor so folks can know exactly what is happening. But worst come to worst, if the weather is really, really bad, we will just table everything and have this thing another day before school reopens. Thank you all.
All right, District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I typically don't respond to public comments, but I am going to make one statement. The Starbucks and the AutoZone store that was mentioned in public comments, those are not in the municipality of City of South Fulton. They are in the municipality of Union City, and every city has its own autonomy to govern their economic development. So if it was our choice, you know, those businesses would not be there, but those are in another city, and we have no control over what other cities do. We are having a town hall meeting in District 3 to speak about the development on Old Fairhaven Road. So I would ask that bring your voices and your concerns, the developer, and we will have Mr. McClendon there to answer any questions you may have regarding zoning. I know there were several questions regarding how was the zoning allowed to get through. So that will be explained by the CDRA director, and any questions you have regarding the development that is located on 4388 on Fairhaven Road. We will have a meeting on July 30th at 6 p.m. at Welcome All Park. Please make sure that you are present and bring your questions and concerns. There will also be a annual Freedom Park Back to School giveaway. It will be hosted in the parking lot of Siloam Church International at 1 p.m. I want to thank all of my annual business partners, Comcast. I want to thank the Fulton County Sheriff Office, the Fulton County Marshal Department, our police department, our fire department, and I want to also thank the Park and Recreation Department for coming over and making sure that our kids will have games and interaction with the Park and Recreation staff. It's always a good time every year, and I appreciate you all coming out for a couple of hours to make sure that our students in the Hickory Park area, Freedom Park area, Delano Road area has the necessary school supplies to go back to school. This will be on August 1st at 1 p.m. And of course, you don't have to live in that area to participate. If you want to come through, you can come through. I have sent out a postcard to everyone in my district. So I want you all to make sure, if you have not taken your surveys, to please make sure you scan the QR code or either go to the link that's on that postcard and take your surveys, your voices, for your voices to be heard. This is to help us update our strategic plan, and we want to make sure we're updating this plan with your recommendations in mind. This is going to be a roadmap for how we govern our city and to make sure we're governing with your priorities that you recommend. I want to also remind everyone to make sure that you all pay close attention to the millage rate hearings that are being published. We are embarking upon our budget process. This is always a very important process, and we start that with having millage rate hearings. And as stated several times, we are not increasing the millage rate. It is proposed to keep the millage rate the same. During the budget hearings, you will have an opportunity to assert your concerns and your opinion, that you are paying attention to the millage rate hearings and also the budget schedule as they happen. The first hearing will be on July 25th at 6 p.m. at New Hope Road here at Southwest Arts Center. And the second one will be August 13th, Tuesday at 10 a.m. at the Welcome All Park Recreation Center. Lastly, nobody should be going back to school without any school supplies because we oversaturate our area. All the cities are having back to school drives. So if you are having any issues with making sure with getting school supplies, please contact someone on the city council. Trust and believe me, we got you. So don't hesitate. Reach out to one of us. If you're not getting my newsletter, please text me at District 3 428 let me get that, 42828. I would like to welcome aboard my new constituent service representative. Her name is Kim Hu. She's there in the audience. Kim, stand up and wave to everybody. If you have any questions or concerns concerning District 3, please see Ms. Kim Hu. She is a resident of the city of South Fulton, a longtime resident. She's been around for a while, but she will be supporting my office, and I am glad to have her aboard. If you have any questions or concerns and you're not receiving my newsletter, please email me at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. You can find that on the website, or you can text me at District 3 42828. Again, I want to thank Turbo the Great, Park and Recreation, for coming out to the Turbo Day. Every student that was enrolled in the Park and Recreation program was able to get a book bag filled with school supplies, and we also welcomed the community. I want to thank the Red Oak District, Main Street, and I want to thank Mr. Trevor for hosting a successful farmers market. That farmers market is every Tuesday and every second and fourth Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Every second and fourth Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Please come out and support the Red Oak Farmers Market. And lastly, I want to remind everyone that there will be a grand opening on Old National of Chipotle on July 31st. So please come by and support the new business opening here in the city of South Fulton, located on 6375 Old National Highway. It is Chipotle on Old National. Thank you and have an awesome day.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Just to kind of give you a quick update, on July 27th at 7 p.m., Renaissance Church of Christ will be hosting its Got Talent competition. Please come out and support our community entertainers, as well as showcase your own talents that you possibly may have, such as singers, comedians, poets, and more. So it is a fun time. Renaissance Church of Christ right off of Butner Road. That is my home church. Also, too, on August the 3rd, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., I will be back at Renaissance Church of Christ sponsoring a book bag giveaway to help families prep for the kids to return to school. We went there last year and we had a really good time. We had our different Divine Nine groups come out and support, so we're looking forward to that again. Also, too, I hear a lot of questions about Wolf Creek. Yes, Wolf Creek Amphitheater is open, and we will have one of our first concert series, the A-Town Music Fest, on August the 3rd. Gates will open at 3 p.m. and the show will start about 5 p.m. Also, too, on August the 4th, which is that Sunday, the shops at Butner Road Village will be hosting a back-to-school block party and book bag giveaway, along with supplies for teachers from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. with the businesses and in partnership with Derek / producer Terrius McKell. The restaurants will have tastings for the local restaurants, as well as giving out free haircuts and book bags. Please join us if you have gone to all of these book bag giveaways and there's no more supplies. Please stop by. And on August the 5th, Councilwoman Willis did not mention this, but we will have a District 1 and a District 3 and a District 2 public safety town hall with our South Fulton Police at the Enon Church at 6 p.m. To 8 p.m. And lastly, on August the 6th, we will have a National Night Out on Old National at 6 p.m. And I believe that is in the LA Fitness Shopping Plaza where we go every year. So there's always a great community event. I would love to see everybody out. But that is all that I have. Thank you and good night.
Good night. We got a little bit more meeting after this. Dr. Rao, District 1.
Saving the best for last, nice and brief. I want to thank everybody who came out for the Black Men's Mental Health Conference that was held this past Saturday here at the Southwest Arts Center. looking forward to the city continuing those conversations we're having around mental health. In addition, Councilwoman Gumbs and I are holding our fourth Healthy South Fulton Day in partnership with Touch of Life Chiropractic. We have had an amazing response for this event with well over 1,000 attendees. In addition, we are excited. We have a host of health vendors from Walgreens to sports providers and lots of fun activities for kids. So you have to pre-register and book bags will be provided while supplies last. I want to thank the Woodside Hills HOA for inviting me out to provide updates on what's going on in the district. And finally, mark your calendars for Saturday, August 10th for our bulk trash day in District 1. Of course, you know I'll share that in my weekly newsletter, and I'm looking forward to having a great attendance. I think we've broken records at our bulk day, so thank you.
All right, just a couple of announcements. This has been quite a weekend for Black women. We have some amazing women serving here in our city, but I do want to just take a moment to honor the late, great Sheila Jackson Lee, who paved the way for many of us. She was someone who was truly Black on purpose in her leadership, whether it was holding police accountable for the deaths of young Black men, or fighting for reparations in Congress, or voting and leading the charge from Texas to make Juneteenth a national holiday we all enjoy. Rest in power, Queen Sheila Jackson Lee. Next, I want to celebrate those of you all who are watching the NBA draft. You may have noticed a familiar face. Quincy Olivari is a Westlake graduate. He got an Exhibit 10 deal. So Quincy, we expect you to be coming back to speak to Westlake and keep investing here in the city of South Fulton. But congratulations to Mr. Olivari and his family. Next, you heard about a lot of great events coming up. This Saturday is Park and Pause. It is our annual dog party, co-hosted by First Dog Zion. Some of you saw him in the lobby. And if you have an animal, if you have a four-legged citizen in South Fulton, August the 17th is a day you do not want to miss. It will be Zion's 4th birthday. We will have a red carpet and several events for all of South Fulton's residents. They can come out and meet their first dog. We hope to see you there. I've got some old stuff in here. All right, we are still doing our strategic plan. You heard several people talk about it. You can scan this QR code. We need to know how we're doing as a city, how we're doing as leaders, what things you want to see in our city in the next coming years. So this is for our next almost 10 years of visioning that we're doing for this 2030 strategic plan. So please scan that QR code. We need your feedback. We need your feedback. We need your feedback. As you also heard mentioned, it is budget season. We are going to be talking about the budget. We'll be back here Thursday. You can find all of these dates on our city website or by signing up for our city's newsletter, which you can do by texting the word news, N-E-W-S, to 55444. Again, that's texting the word news to 55444. It will sign you up not only for my mobile alerts, but for our city's official newsletter. South Fulton, forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to the consent agenda, letters A, B, C.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. We'll take this vote online.
Got a yes vote for Councilmember Pritchett. Yes vote for Council. Okay. That item is approved. 6-0.
There we go. It looks like I see a unanimous on the screen here. Is this an all vote?
Councilmember Willis, you still there?
Yes, and somebody changed it from abstaining, and I voted yes, so I don't know how abstain is on my, I've never had an abstain on my record.
It's
Who's
back.
changing my vote?
That's
It's
7-0. Yeah.
We just got a little. It's not a change. We just got a little delay with our Wi-Fi's.
I'm just saying, somebody changed my yes to abstain. As long as I've been on city council, I've never had an abstain on my record.
It's an accident. We got you, Councilman Willis. So that's unanimous, right? It passed unanimously, 7-0. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 10, alcohol license rezonings, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. The first is letter A, second read and request council approval of an ordinance Z24-006, application by Lit Blig GA Fulton Industrial Atlanta Owner LLC, requesting to rezone from Sub A, Single Family Dwelling District, Sandtown Overlay, to M1 zoning district at 0 Chattahoochee Drive, 0 Chattahoochee Drive, 0 Chattahoochee Drive, and 2336 Chattahoochee Drive, to a 499,060 square foot warehouse distribution facility on 40.7 acres of land. The applicant also seeks to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood I to industrial zone. It's located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve Z24-006 for zoning district to M1 at 0 Chattahoochee Drive with audit as sounded, and that this also be placed under the food and industrial overlay.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote in the queue.
Came up this time.
Councilman Morale, yes?
Yes.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0. All right, and just out of curiosity, Mr. Clerk, are these votes showing online? Are people see those on
Yes,
the YouTube
that,
page?
that screen over there is what icon is showing. Yes.
Awesome. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is letter B, second read and request council approval of ordinance case Z24-011, application by Century Communities, care of Gaskin plus LaGraw, requesting a rezoning from AG1 and R3 to CUP at 0 Banner Drive, 3540 and 3590 Gillette Road, 3730 and 407 Beneco Drive, to develop 99 single-family detached homes with amenities including a playground and open space on 36.55 acres of land. It's located in District 3. Staff recommendations approval. Planning Commission recommendations approval.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I would like to approve this measure, and I want to make sure that we have the conditions that this is built with brick towers on all homes. I also want to make sure that we have the condition where the fencing requirements are met. Those fencing requirements were outlined in the last public hearing.
Second.
So I move to approve this measure with all of those conditions.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we will take this vote online.
Councilman Brown Gums, yes.
Yes, yes.
I record that motion approved 7-0.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item C, request council approval of a resolution, case U 24-011, application by Awa Diagne, requesting a special use permit to operate a braiding salon at 5370 Campbellton Fairburn Road in the MIX zoning district in the South Fulton Parkway overlay. This is located in Council District 3. Staff recommendations approval. Planning Commission recommendations approval.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor, may I speak?
The chair recognizes.
And then I will make my motion,
The chair recognizes.
if you don't mind.
Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Yes.
It'll be a motion.
I just would like to say.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on, Councilman Willis. We're hearing from our attorney that we first need to entertain a motion, and then you can have discussion.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move to deny this request for business license.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to say that this does bother me that this created such a divide in our community. We all on the city council are working to make sure that we have a fair process and make sure that we promote diverse business growth to prevent market saturation and balance economic development. We also want to make sure that we support success and profitability of businesses while avoiding one concentration in an area. We also want to make sure that people know that we support our small businesses, and we do so by making sure that we provide opportunity for small businesses to apply for small business loans. We helped our small businesses through the COVID crisis, and we continue to help our small businesses by making sure that we have opportunities to apply for small business loans. And we also provide counseling and classes in our economic development office to make sure that our small businesses have the knowledge and the skills and the tools to be successful. We welcome our braiding here in the city of South Fulton. We have 97 square miles. We have several locations where we can welcome your business. The shop that is currently in the plaza, it is not just a hair salon. It is a hair salon that provides natural hair services, locks, and braids. And that is why in our zoning code, when we have businesses that are within a mile radius of like uses, we have this process in place because we don't want any business to suffer any losses due to an oversaturation. And so I would implore Ms. Awa to get with our economic development director and so that he can help you find a location here in the city of South Fulton, because we really want you in the city of South Fulton. But we want to put you in a place where you are most successful and you're not, competing against, that no one is competing against you and you're not competing against anyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor, and thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll take the vote online.
You voting in the affirmative? The motion is to deny. Yes. I record that motion approved, 4 yeas to the motion and 3 nays. So the motion to deny is approved.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter D, second read and request council approval of an ordinance, KZ 23-017, application by DRB Group Homes, care of Battery Law PC, requesting to rezone from the AG1 zoning district in the Cliftondale overlay to the CUP zoning district to develop a subdivision with 80 front entry townhomes and 133 single-family detached homes on 71.127 acres of land located at 4390 and 4420 DeMooney Road. It's located in Council District 4. This is staff recommendations approval, Planning Commission recommendations denial, and I believe staff has submitted some conditions regarding this property.
The chair will entertain a motion.
A motion to approve with conditions, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping to see the RA director was here.
Yes, he's
here. Okay.
Come on down,
Hey,
Mr.
Reginald.
McClendon. Do we have a second? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded.
Discussion.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian for discussion.
All right, so I know there have been a lot of controversy a little bit around this one, and even as we speak, the conditions that we have in place right now will include an additional traffic study to make any required safety improvements, because I know that's one of the very last concerns that's expressed, making, I believe, a left turn going back to what's going to be the new traffic light at DeMooney and 92, right? It is my personal opinion, and I've said this before, that we need to provide different types of housing in the city. And this is one that I think in this location, once we get all the other things right, will help us to do that. I'm also concerned that we don't have a lot of places right now where we can put smaller homes, I think, especially in that area. And someplace close to Highway 92, which is a major thoroughfare state road coming out of there with a light and eventually a roundabout, which, by the way, I believe the roundabout is scheduled to probably come online just about the same time when this community will be opening in a couple of years from now. So we have done a lot of work with staff, and the developer has been amenable. So, Mr. McClendon, if you may, I would like you, for the record, to state the conditions under which we're working with these developers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. We have drafted an amended ordinance for this item, and the amended ordinance contains the following conditions of approval: that the development shall contain, condition number 1, the development shall contain no more than 197 single-family detached housing units. Condition number 2 is that the developer agrees to abide by a site plan that was presented to the department on May 23rd, 2024. That site plan is attached and shows those 197 units. Condition number 3 is that each lot shall have a front yard minimum setback of 20 feet. Condition 4 is that all utility pole relocations necessary for ingress and egress in sight distance requirements will be relocated at no cost to the city. Condition number 5 is that all major roads within the development shall be constructed to standards promulgated and approved by the South Fulton Department of Public Works, including the requirement that the major roads have a right-of-way of 50 feet and cul-de-sacs have a 50-foot radius. Condition number 6 is that prior to issuance of a land disturbance permit, a traffic study at the proposed northern entrance in Oakhurst Drive shall be reviewed by the South Fulton Department of Public Works. If the traffic study warrants the inclusion of signs or traffic signals, then those signs or signals must be installed at no cost to the city prior to a certificate of occupancy. Condition number 7 is that sidewalks must be installed along the frontage of the Mooney Road prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Condition number 8 is no trees are to be planted in the rights of way. Condition number 9 is that stormwater consent plans must be approved prior to the issuance of an LDP. And the final condition is that the homeowners association must provide an agreement to maintain all interests in commonly held property prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy.
Thank you. I yield, Ms. Smith.
All right. We have a motion and a second. If you will put that on the screen, and we'll open the vote. The motion was to approve?
To approve with conditions.
Yeah. He did. Oh, Lord.
Councilman Rowland Gums, did y'all want to register vote? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously as conditioned.
Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item E on the printed agenda, second read and request council approval of an ordinance Z23-018 located at 6705 Camp Valley Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone from the SH Senior Housing Zoning District in the Old National Highway Overlay to CUP Zoning District to develop 155 for-sale residential units, 86 single-family detached homes, and 69 single-family attached homes at 6705 Camp Valley Road. It's located in District 6. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve case Z23-018 with the following conditions. Number 1, no development is permitted to take place in the floodplain. The developer will not seek variances from the required stream buffers already in place. Number 2, all residents shall have 2-car garages. Number 3, development of the subject property is not allowed unless sewer availability is established. Number 4, development of the subject property is not allowed unless water availability is established. Number 5, no more than 155 single-family for-sale homes shall be constructed on the subject property. Number 6, the development shall comply with the City of South Fulton tree ordinance. Number 7, the subject property shall be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan prepared by Land Design Solutions, LLC, dated August 14th, 2023. And number 8, Embry Development shall share all data with Clayton County government gathered as a part of formal and in-depth stormwater management design and or development plan.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Discussion. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for CDRA Director McClendon. In our last meeting, I know there was some question regarding the flood plan and the updates on any documentation that you may have received. Have you received any documentation from what was presented at the last meeting?
We have not received any or I have not received any additional documentation, at least that I'm aware of. I don't think any was sent to planning staff. If it was, it wasn't forwarded to me. But I did communicate with Clayton County. I believe there's a representative of Clayton County here tonight, or at least he told me he would be. Yeah. So there's a Clayton County Water Authority representative here tonight. I asked him to come here to answer any questions that you all might have, but we have not received any additional documentation.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. You all want to throw this queue up, and then Dr. Rao, you'll be next.
I was particularly interested in what is going to happen with the water situation. I believe water and sewer. So if we haven't gotten any clarification on this from the council member, can we get some clarification now? Because that was a big discussion when you were not here, Councilmember Williams.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Sebastian. I believe that Hakeem is here. These are the notebooks that you have in front of you are all copies of all of the documentation, the reports, the emails of everything that had been already submitted. I think after a conversation with, and Councilwoman Rao had reached out with some of those similar concerns, after a couple of conversations with Mr. Jeffries, this is, where he agreed to bring the notebook with all of the documentation in it. And then we did discuss the additional conditions that the developer would be willing to concede to further address and solidify all of the information that is in the packet in front of you. But I will yield to Mr. Jeffries to further the discussion.
I would just like to say I don't have any of that.
Okay.
So it should have been emailed to me.
All right, Councilwoman Willis. All right, do you, Councilman Sebastian, you still have the floor.
Yeah,
You can call upon anybody you would like to.
Where is the Clayton County representative? I thought we said someone was here. Thank you, sir. Can you tell us your name and your organization, where you're from, and just tell us how things are going to work with this development and getting water and sewer from Clayton County? Because we had a lot of concerns over that before.
Sure. My name is Kevin Osby. I'm the Stormwater Director, Clayton County Water Authority. I was posed with a question regarding the water and sewer service for that development, and I reached out to staff. I guess a previous developer came to the city back in about 2020, and they were looking to develop that area. That developer reached out to us requesting if we could provide water and sewer service to that area. A letter was sent to that developer. I believe they were Century Communities. We do have water that could serve that location. We currently have capacity about 42 million gallons a day that we can provide service for. Right now, our current capacity that we put out on a daily basis is about 28 million gallons a day. So there is capacity for water. For the sewer line, unfortunately, we will not be able to serve that area. I believe that was part of that letter too, that we sent to the developer back in 2020.
Okay, thank you. So if we can get some clarification as to what will happen with the sewer, bear with me because I don't remember. I know we were discussing whether it was Fulton County or it was Clayton County at one point. What's going to happen with the sewer?
May I follow up
Sure.
on that? Sure. And I'll pull out the letter that was sent to that developer. According to that letter, it stated that and I'm going to read this verbatim. The Clayton County Water Authority does not have sanitary sewer available at the time to the above referenced property. Wastewater generated by this property would flow to a Fulton County water reclamation facility.
Thank you. So, okay.
All right, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm in the queue. You just never.
Okay, but Dr. Rao had her hand raised and she cannot get in the queue. You will be right after Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao, and I'm coming to you, Councilwoman Pritchett.
I'm just looking at this information, and this was from the 2020, I guess, zoning. And it said at that time it was City of Atlanta. Now I'm understanding Clayton County, but I am concerned because we don't have anything regarding the sewer from Fulton County. I'm just wondering if anybody reached out to them. I don't see, and I'm trying to look through this book, and of course we just got this. I don't know if it's an exhibit in here that I missed regarding the sewer extension. Can anybody speak to that?
You can come forward, Mr. Jeffries. The red envelope you gave us seems to contain different information than what we just heard from Clayton County.
So, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Hakeem Hilliard, Shilovitz Grubman Law Firm on behalf of Embry Development, and provided you a lot of information in this book, but one of them is the development of this property was proposed 3 years ago by a different developer, more units than what's proposed in this application. But at that time, your planning department determined that there was sewer availability, water availability through the City of Atlanta, and sewer availability for Fulton County. It's referenced on the report itself. I just shared it with Mr. McClendon. We also have a sewer connection plan that's tab 3 in the booklet that you've got that was developed back at that time too. In 2019 that was provided. Obviously, if there is some disagreement or conclusion by anybody that's provided these services as part of this development, the development won't be able to move forward, which is why we made a condition of zoning on all of these issues, that if we can't have sewer, we can't have water, we can't develop the property. The developer understands that, anticipates that. We've confirmed that in a condition of zoning. It's really not an issue we really deal with at the development stage, at the zoning phase, but we're willing to make it a condition of zoning for that purpose. I also note for your purposes, the property in 2020, the staff of City of South Fulton determined that it was zoned Suburban 2. With the Comprehensive Development Plan designation was Suburban 2. For some reason, it's categorized as something different in the current staff report, even though the maps say Suburban 2 as well. And so there's a lot of conclusions that were reached in this report that are a little bit different than the historical information just 3 years ago. The only thing different is the staff's a little different, so.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pritchett.
So this packet that we received in Section A, the first number 1, it says, who will provide sewer to the subject property? The answer is Fulton County will provide sewer for the subject property. Embry Development Company's engineer confirmed this fact with Fulton County directly, and sewer connectivity is described in the list of proposed conditions as a condition of the zoning attached here to blah, 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 which Councilwoman Williams-Brown read into the record. So that would be a condition of this project. Secondly, in Section B, page 2 of 5, it goes down to talk about public utilities, where it says water service, and this was a rezoning for 6705 Kent Valley Road, and this was August 18, 2020. It says back then, water service is provided to this site by the city of Atlanta. Sewer service is available to this site by Fulton County. Any extension of sewer service is the responsibility of the developer. Then on the next page, on page 3 of 5, a question is asked. It says zoning impact analysis. Whether the zoning proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. And the answer is, and this is from our staff, and this was responded to by then former CDRA Director Sheila Reed. And the answer was yes, this proposal is for future low to medium density residential development. The property borders similar residential developments, both single family and townhomes. Whether the zoning proposal would adversely affect the existing use or usability of adjacent and nearby property. No, the proposed future development is similar to what has already been built in the area. It would fit in appropriately and would not affect existing use. Now, I do understand that since 2020, we've updated zoning, future land use, overlay, everything. But what hasn't happened in that area, which is an area that is bordering the area that I represent, is there has been absolutely no new development since 2020 to this day. So although some things have changed in concept or thought process, the community has not changed. The community population, whether it increased or not, the housing stock has not changed. It is the exact same as it was in 2020. So I submit to you that to the council members, they have to vote on this. Emails are attached in section J, in section I, section H. This packet has everything you need to make a good informed decision. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, Mayor. We shouldn't have to look in sections A, J, and I for emails, just like you all got a book with all the materials in one comprehensive place. It was known that I was working I was going to be working virtually, and I should have been sent that information, and I don't have it. But with that being said, I do respect the decisions individuals are trying to make for their district. I do respect how people want to govern their district. I do respect development people want in their districts. And so I do respect that the council person who represents the area where this development will go has spent time with a developer, with her community, and done her due diligence to make sure that this is a quality development. So unlike the respect that was given to me, I will, by this council person, when I wanted to govern a certain way in my district, I'm going to give her the respect. And I'm going to support this project because I respect the fact that she is making the best decision for the residents in her area that she governs, not only for the residents in the area that she governs. I trust that she's making the best decision for development in the city of South Fulton.
Well, before we do that, I'm going to say a few things.
Mayor.
There was a motion to call the previous question. Was there a second? There are still people who want to talk, including the district representative and the mayor, but.
I second the previous, I second
It
that.
was-
Thank you.
So Mayor, I actually was going to say that I would really like to hear your thoughts as someone who was previously a resident of District 6 and is familiar with the area.
Well, the question has been called and seconded, so let's just by vote, a show of hands for the previous question. Yes. This is a vote to close all discussion.
I vote yes for the previous question. Thank you.
All right.
So I have 4 votes, 4-0 to call the previous question.
All right. We'll take this vote by the queue.
Yeah, I have it queued up. Vote is open.
Approval with conditions?
Yeah, approval with the conditions as announced by Councilmember Williams-Brown. Yes.
Auntie Gums needs a little, Auntie Gums and Auntie Rao needs a little help from IT.
District 1 and 2, yes? Councilman Rao, yes? Okay. So that motion as condition was approved unanimously, 7-0.
It's okay, I can't figure out how to stream live on TikTok, so we're all getting older. Please sound the next item.
So that brings us to the add-on item, which is a resolution to amend the City of South Fulton Future Land Use Map, also known as the Future Development Map, in the R South Fulton, the 2021 Comprehensive Plan, CDP, to redesignate the property located at 6573 Campbellton Road from Suburban 1 character area to Suburban 2 character area. The property contains 5.77 acres. This case is related to Z23-020. This was the add-on item.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? We'll take this vote online.
The vote is open.
All right.
1 and 2, yes. Councilman Bell. That item was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound to the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 11, agenda items, administration. First item is request council approval of a resolution by the City of South Fulton extending a moratorium on the acceptance of any special use permit application, associated zoning application, or building permit application for a short-term rental in the City of South Fulton.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the moratorium on any special use permit for short-term rentals. In addition, I approve the fiscal year 24 Community Projects Funding Congressional Direct Spending Award from the U.S. Representative David Scott for $805,000. There is no local match necessary for the project, and this funding is related to project equipment, is reimbursable. In addition, I approve the police department's request to council for a contract to purchase 10 2024 Chevrolet Tahoes with Hardy Chevrolet Buick GMC, contract number 9999-001 SPD 000183-002, not to exceed $546,557, and this funding includes the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network cartridge cases, acquisition, analysis, and triage package, and a 1-year warranty not to exceed $251,739. This money is reimbursable for fiscal year 24 for the U.S. David Scott's Community Project Funding Congressional Direct Spending amount. These funds are available under 250-310 -54-2200 vehicles, and 250-3210-53-1600 small tools and equipment, respectfully.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, I have discussion.
The vote.
The resolution extending the moratorium extends the moratorium till what date?
Is
The
there a date
resolution
for the
extending the
90 days?
It's 90 days.
90 days in the
It's a
resolution.
90-day extension because it was due to end in August, so it's an additional 90 days.
Is 90 days the longest that we can do it? I thought we could do 6 months.
That was just after conversing with Mr. McClendon. He said 90 days was what he suggested. Yes, was sufficient.
So again, is 90, I'm asking, what is the maximum amount of time we can extend this moratorium?
Depending on what you have to do would
I believe the legislature passed something saying that we could not do moratoriums past 6 months. Is that not correct?
It depends on what you have to do to justify the extension of moratorium is really what's based on.
Can we do 6 months?
I would rather confer with Mr. McClendon just to make sure that that aligns with what changes he needs to make is really what I'm trying to say. Because I based the 90 days based on a conversation with him, with the CDRA director.
Mr. McClendon, would you mind coming forth, please? And ask the question, and answer the question if we can do 6 months versus 90 days, or if there was some reason you recommended 90 days as opposed to 6 months.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Can we do the resolution? Can we do the moratorium for 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. It would be my recommendation for a friendly amendment to do this moratorium for 6 months. I got a few more minutes to say a few more things before a previous question gets called on me. Tonight we approved a zoning that was unanimously denied by staff and the Planning Commission. And we denied a zoning that was unanimously approved by staff and Planning Commission. We are not on the same page. And one, we really need to take all of the time that we are allowed to get on the same page. And two, I'm going to implore, as we consider both short-term rentals, and there is another one coming up for data centers, with all due respect to all of my council people, we have got to get out of this district mentality. I fear sometimes that we are not the city of South Fulton, that we are the cities of South Fulton. And if we continue to govern that way, we will have zoning and land use plans that are as messy as our borders are themselves. And we will never be able to master plan this city in the way that so many of our residents have asked us to think about so many of the cities surrounding us that they admire, from Chattahoochee Hills to Peachtree Corners, to Peachtree City, to Alpharetta. These are places that master plan their entire city out. When you look at the great cities in the world, from Paris to New York, to San Francisco, to Savannah, these cities are master planned for the entire city. And I just want us to take time and get out of our fiefdoms and think about how we can master plan this city. Or whether it be residents or developers, they will continue to use the divisions that we show on council to get their ways in whatever corners of the city that they can. So with that, I implore someone to make an amendment to this resolution from a 90-day moratorium, which means we would have to come up with a solution in budget season to a 6-month moratorium, which would give us time for more thoughtful consideration. I don't even know if I can make a motion, but I want our council to make a motion. So we are in discussion, Councilman Sebastian.
I'm in the queue. It just doesn't appear.
We're going to bring the queue up. I yield the floor. The chair recognizes.
Right now, it just shows me in the queue.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
It's funny that you mentioned my hometown, where I've spent majority of my life and where my family still lives. Yes, Savannah has been planned and master planned, but Savannah has undergone several revisions to their planning, just like every other city in the state of Georgia. Savannah still has their issues when it comes to planning and zoning. But one thing our director said, who used to be our deputy attorney and who still is an attorney by trade, is that we as a council, we have a right to make decisions. And all of our decisions may not be in alignment with staff and with the Planning Commission. And that's okay, because that's what we are here for, to make the best and conscious decision on behalf of the areas that we govern. We may not always be on the same page, but like I stated earlier, I trust that if my colleague says that they have conversed with their district and they're making the best decision with a conscious mind on behalf of their district, in most cases, I may not agree sometimes with the decision, but I respect the decision. And so who am I to say you can't have a certain development or you can't have a certain zoning in your district when you have talked to your residents and you have worked with the developer and you all are all on one page? Decisions should be made based on what residents want as well. And so, while Mayor, I do see your frustration, but we as council people who spend a lot of time in our districts and have the pulse of our community, you know, decisions should be respected that we make on behalf of our residents. That's why we're here. And if it was just up to staff and the Planning Commission, then we wouldn't be needed. Now, I do agree with you. I think we do need to spend some more time, and I do think we're going to need more than 90 days, because the next 90 days we will be focusing on budgeting, and we need to make thoughtful decisions around this policy. And if we can get through it before the 6-month period, we can always bring it back. So I am willing to make that motion, only because you did make a valid point. We are going to be in a budget season, and we may not have enough time to devote to making a thoughtful decision and embedding through this properly. And that's the only reason I would make it. But I mean, as a governing body, we have a right to vote things up or down in the best interest of our district and city. And that's just my take on it. I try to respect the decisions people are going to make on behalf of their residents. I'm not in there, I'm all over the city, but I don't spend time in the area that I don't govern as much as others, because that's where they live. And so I trust they're making decisions that's in the best interest of their residents. Although I may not agree with everything, I try to trust that they're making the best decisions. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. With regards to this whole thing about short-term rentals, the city manager has been clear in saying that this is her and Mr. McClendon, that this is something that our staff, we do not have the manpower at this time to deal with this. And I think that we will come up with an appropriate, plan of action or even budgetary measure. And so I do agree with you in pushing this a moratorium to 6 months, so we can give this some proper consideration, and also hear from residents as to how short-term rentals do affect neighborhoods and things like that. In addition to your commentary about cities that have like master plans and everything, you mentioned New York. That's where I was born and that's where I grew up. And I could tell you, no shade to New York, but New York, I don't want to say, this is what I will say. New York has no more space. New York almost has no more airspace. And everything in New York, it just goes up. I know people that I grew up with that never left the block that I grew up in, and it's multi-generational. In the basement, it's one set of family, and then the grandparents on the next level and the kids on the third level, and I've even seen houses that go up to 4 levels, which my personal preference is the Georgia style of living where you have ample room to live. But New York is overcrowded. They may have well-planned use plans and comp plans and all kind of stuff, but a lot of things in different states are motivated by profit and commerce. So I know we all have different ideas about zoning and what's suitable for our communities, but I would submit to you as well, from what I read, what was suitable 4 years ago in an area that I lived in should be suitable now if nothing has actually changed. That's where I'm at on that issue, but I appreciate your comments and your input. I yield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also agree with some of what you said, but and I was going to mention this earlier, but since we're here, I also disagree with some of it because the problem that we're having, and we've spoken about this, our comprehensive plan and our zoning, they're not where they need to be. And we are working through those processes, right? But in the meantime, we cannot just shut everything down and say the city is closed until we finish these things. That's just the reality of what we're dealing with. So while it may look a little bit messy in terms of saying sometimes it looks like the Planning Commission denies something, it's this council responsibility to go back, do the research, see what they're saying, go back to the community, and go back with the developers and make the adjustments and the tweaks along the way. So it's a process. And yes, I agree with Councilmember Willis too that if we could just have the Planning Commission, then there will be no need for a council. And the need for the council is that we get the final vote. But I think we are doing, with the tools that we have now, we're doing a decent job in saying, look at these things, what is the community, what are the community concerns, and adjust along the way. I expect that when we finish some of this thing with our zoning and comprehensive plan, somebody come and say they want to build a big supermarket, we say you can build it here, here, or here. Those are your choices. It's done, right? Other cities do this. You know, we talked about and we get trained on this at GMA. So I'm just begging for the public's patience as we work through this. I don't think anyone up here wants to do a bad job that eventually negatively affects our communities and our neighbors. Because guess what? We live there. One of the first things that I did when I was on this council was approve zoning that's less than a mile up my house for a road that I use every day, and we're all asking, why are we going to bring all those folks there? We're like, we got it. We're going to improve the infrastructure. That's a whole part and parcel of the deal, right? And I believe I listed part of that work either as number two on my priority I gave to staff just last week, right? To do things to improve the infrastructure in that area. So it's a work in progress. It's not perfect. So I don't have the concerns as we look on these cases on a case-by-case basis right now, but I do have the concern that the longer we take to complete the comprehensive plan and those zonings, right, it's the more we're going to be making these decisions kind of in isolation. I do have that concern. But for now, I think we're doing the best we have with what we can. And I don't feel too bad about the decisions that we have made so far. And as I said, I think we all try to do the best that we can by looking at the other boards and staff reports and whatever not, and going back to these developers and working with them to make the improvements that our communities need. That's all I was got to say. Thank you all.
Dr. Rao.
I will not rehash what Councilman Sebastian stated, but I think he's dead on. This is a work in progress. You know, cities that are 200, 300 years old, they don't have it perfect every time. And I think as leaders, we have to focus on where we had a common ground. 90% of the time, we're on the same page. And I don't think we talk about that enough. And so with that said, I move to approve and extend the moratorium for short-term rentals to 6 months.
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. How do we make this proper? Because there was already a motion on the floor with a bunch of other items on it.
Right, yeah. We already had a motion and a second. In my understanding, you were going to do a friendly amendment to add the 6-month time frame for the B1, the moratorium.
Right, to 6
So I defer to the city attorney, but I don't think a second motion was necessary.
I just resounded with the amendment.
Which is what I just did.
Exactly.
All right, we'll vote on the item as motioned and amended.
Vote is open.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we good now. At the end.
Did everyone register to vote? Let me reset it. Is everyone registered to vote?
I've already voted. I mean, I don't know if it's registered, but I've already voted.
Councilman Pritchett? Yes. Oh, you already voted? I show that item approved as amended. That's item A1 and 2 and B1 as amended, approved 7-0 unanimously.
All right, please sound to the next item.
That brings us to procurements and contract, item B2, request council approval of a resolution approving the acquisition of real property at 6161 Campbellton Road in the amount of $1.4 million.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution approving the acquisition of real property at 6161 Campbellton Road in the amount of 1.4 million. Also, too, I would like to request council approval for a resolution approving the acquisition of real property at 3420 Butner Road in the amount of 1.950 mil. Also, too, I would like to request approval for a resolution approving the acquisition of real property at 2855 West Road in the amount of $443,200. Also, too, I would like to request the approval of requisition for the lease of real property located at or near 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard and for other purposes. And lastly, I would like to request approval for a resolution approving the lease of real property located or near 6524 Old National Highway, commonly known as Crestwood Event Center and Conference Center, and for other purposes.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'll entertain this vote online.
Vote is open. It's not open. The vote is open.
For reason the dialogue box isn't popping up for me. Is anyone else seeing it?
Okay. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian? Yes? No?
I don't.
All right, I'll take it by a show of hands.
I recorded that. Motion approved 7-0.
All right.
That's items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
All right,
7-0.
please sound the next item.
Next two items are first read. First read, TA 24-001, an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance as amended for the purpose of adding regulations related to data centers and for other lawful purposes.
All right, and then and the last item.
Last item is first read.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, the first read is my resolution. The reason we're doing this text amendment because currently we have no mechanism.
I'm sorry, we haven't gotten to that one yet. He hadn't sounded it yet.
Oh, I thought he did the first read. He did.
You sounded both of the items? Okay, so we're on C1. Are you talking about C2?
I'm talking about the item he just sounded for data centers.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just want to quickly say that I asked the planning division to work up this amendment so we could have a mechanism to move forward with these type of developments. The Fulton County, the City of South Fulton the City of South Fulton Development Authority is working on a project surrounding a data center, and I know there may be others. So we didn't have anything in our code that will accommodate this type of development. That's the only reason we're doing this text amendment. Thank you.
All right, please sound the last item.
Last item, first read, an ordinance to amend Chapter 4, Board of Code Enforcement of Title 3, Building Regulations of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances and for other lawful purposes.
Any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
I record that motion.
I approve.
I record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 9:10 p.m.
We're out by 9 o'clock. You all have a great evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Gums and Rao.